the Western fantasy journey that began with Game of Thrones. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, Rumors and Secret Passages. A large number of memories of using musical instruments emerged from his mind one after another, including flutes, harps, violins, tambourines. It seemed that all the musical instruments that could be found in Westeros were included at this moment. In addition, there were some scenes of singing in crowded taverns and streets, and some songs that did not seem to belong to this world, some of which he had heard intentionally or unintentionally in his previous life. These memories were really complicated. Sitting in a daze beside the dragon skull in the dark, Renly even felt that his brain was swollen. However, the memory came and went quickly. After it emerged, it began to converge rapidly and finally merged with his original memory, as if he had experienced it personally. Looking down and stretching his fingers, Renly felt that he was completely different from before. But before he could feel all this, his originally stable heartbeat suddenly became faster, and the sound of the beating was like a drum roaring in his ears, which was particularly obvious in the silent cellar. You have obtained the occupational characteristic, sensitive to rhythm. As his heartbeat accelerated, his ears seemed to feel a faint tingling and numbness, but his mind seemed unusually clear at the moment, and his expression was a little dazed. But the changes did not stop, because he was not in the state. Faintly, some noises that were originally inaudible gradually emerged around him. The sound of mice scratching in the walls, the buzzing of flying insects flapping their wings in the dark, a slight cold wind humming out from a corner of the cellar, and hurried footsteps coming from nowhere. Feeling all these changes, Renly looked down at himself unconsciously. Racial level, LV1. It seemed that the information that had not changed for thousands of years floated out, and there was no other attribute except this, and Renly felt helpless about it. The system on his body was very simple, and it was not so easy to view information. For example, now, when he looked at himself alone, he could only see his physical condition. If he wanted to know all the information, he had to run to a mirror and then look at his face, or look into his eyes. Thinking of this, he stood up, took a last look at the empty ground under his feet, and then stepped towards the exit of the cellar. He's only 5 years old. 7 levels of hell. You fucking can even lose a 5-year-old child? You still have the nerve to tell me that he ran away by himself? Tell me again, how did he run away by himself? The throne room was in an uproar at this time, and angry curses continued. The sound echoed in the empty hall, sounding loud and trembling. I should have asked 2 toothless old women to be my guards. That's right, I should have done that. At least they wouldn't lose my little brother. You two are fucking good for nothings. What else can you do? The roar was followed by a series of gentle persuasions and the loud clatter of stools being kicked away. Some servants passing by the hall couldn't help but quicken their pace. Even the 2 fully armed knights guarding the door swallowed unconsciously, as if they were afraid that the volcano behind them, that had been erupting for a long time, would affect them. Lord Robert's younger brother Renly suddenly disappeared while wandering around the castle, and the 2 guards who were responsible for following and protecting him at the time could not tell any clues, except that they were attacked by a black cat. This happened this morning, but it was already midnight, and no one was found. The Red Castle was very large, but hundreds of people had already searched it thoroughly, but nothing was found. The new king who was about to be crowned was furious. He kept scolding, and sent people to search again. As a result, he even searched the dungeon of the Red Keep, but still did not find any clues, except for a laundryman who claimed to have seen a child running towards the maiden's residence of the Red Keep. However, there was no trace of any child in the rectangular fortress. All the surrounding places were searched, including the Prime Minister's Tower, Meagher's Holdfast, the White Sword Tower, the Godswood. Sir Barristan of the King's Guard also mentioned the cellar of the Red Keep. He claimed that the boy was very interested in the dragon bones in the cellar, but he led the team to search but returned empty-handed. A living person just disappeared like this. This is very common in the slums of King's Landing, but it is definitely not normal in the royal castle of the Red Keep. At this time, there were countless nobles in King's Landing. With such a big commotion, the news could not be concealed, and rumors were flying everywhere. People speculated that it was very likely that an enemy assassin had sneaked into the Red Keep and kidnapped the child. Some people also speculated that the assassin was originally from the Red Keep and officially launched an attack at this time. Some people with bad intentions secretly claimed that this must be the work of the wives and children of Prince Rhaegar of the previous dynasty. They suffered great torture when they died, and now they are using the family of the usurper to pay blood debts. The last guess is still widely circulated among these nobles, because unlike other speculations, this one has evidence that Black Cat. 2 guards were attacked by a black cat, and in a blink of an eye, the boy from the Baratheon family disappeared. This may not seem like a big deal, but many nobles were already frequent visitors and courtiers in the Red Keep during the previous dynasty. Most of them knew that Prince Rhaegar's daughter, the little princess with Dornish blood, once raised a black cat named Balerion. In folklore, black cats are closely related to mysterious things such as witches and ghosts. The mysterious remarks frightened many young noblemen and women, and some girls even swore to their companions not to wander around the Red Keep to avoid seeing ghosts. However, when the new news came out, they were disappointed. The little guy named Renly was found, or he ran out on his own initiative, and the location was not somewhere else, but the Red Keep, that had been searched many times. Some people did not believe it, but the fact was that many people could not imagine why there would be a place that could not be found to hide people after searching countless times. The angry Robert Baratheon and his courtiers even suspected that the little guy was lying. From the letters with the old Maester of Storm's End, Robert had learned that Renly liked to lie, and there might be other hidden secrets. However, when the person was questioned in the throne room, he swore to deny it, and took out the sophistry he had thought of long ago. There is a secret passage in this castle. I accidentally touched the switch and fell in, so you couldn't find me. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the throne room looked at each other in bewilderment. The kingdom's intelligence chief, the pink-robed eunuch named Varys, narrowed his eyes when he heard this, and then asked softly with curiosity in his eyes, "So where is the secret passage, kid? I forgot where I fell in." Renly turned his head and looked at him with an innocent look on his face. "But there is a secret passage. Thank you to the book friends Passaby and EBG who love reading for the 500 reward. Thank you to the book friends 3000 Dreams Return, Old Monk Wisuo, Cliche, Zyatang 246, Silly Waiting, Sherlock Looks, Dragunov 0, Want to Have Sex with All Control, and Love You, I Will Kiss You for the 100 reward in addition." I can't say much about the time of listing. It depends on the editor's arrangement. It may be more than 200,000 words, or around 300,000 words. As for updates, there will be one at noon, and one at night. This is because I still have to revise the texts one by one after the update, so updating separately will be faster and more suitable for friends who open the book as soon as the update comes out. Therefore, they will not be updated together like the previous book. Chapter 52, The Disappearance of Renly. It has been said that there are secrets hidden in the Red Keep, but no one knows what secrets are. The construction of the castle began during the reign of Aegon the Conqueror, and it was not officially completed until the reign of Maegor Targaryen, the third king of the Targaryen dynasty. King Maegor was also known as Maegor the Cruel, and he had many cruel deeds. One thing related to the Red Keep was that after the completion of the castle, he ordered the killing of all the craftsmen involved in the construction. No one knows why he did this, but smart people can guess that this must be a cover-up. So if there is really a secret passage in the castle, it is not incomprehensible. It's just that this matter came from the mouth of a child, and there is no evidence at all, so it is inevitable that people are suspicious. But doubts are doubts, and the fact that this 5-year-old child disappeared in the castle for a day without being discovered can already vaguely explain something. So when Renly, who was found, said this, Robert, who was originally angry, was directly diverted, and the Duke of the Vale, Jon Arryn, beside him, carefully asked Renly about his approximate location, and then talked about this with some other ministers. The fat man in pink robe, who was particularly noticed by Renly, also actively participated in it. Just looking at his face, there was nothing unusual. He is quite good at pretending. Renly thought to himself. He knew that there was a secret passage in the Red Castle because of the bad ending TV series he watched in his previous life, but he remembered this because of Varys, the intelligence chief known as the octopus spider not far away. If I remember correctly, it seems that only Varys knew about the secret passage, and through this, he could eavesdrop on many hidden things. However, now this guy looks like an outsider who has nothing to do with him. His performance is seamless, and you think he is really innocent at first glance. Renly had some ideas because of this, but at this time he was more concerned about another problem, that is, why he was not found. After being questioned in the throne room, he was taken back to his residence in the castle by the White Knight Baratheon. On the way, Renly asked casually, "Sir Baratheon, I heard that you went to the cellar to find me?" "Yes, child," the White Knight replied, "because I remember that you are very interested in dragons, so I thought, if you ran away by yourself, you might go there." As he said that, he couldn't help but ask, "Is it really a secret passage?" "Of course." Renly nodded. "It's pitch black and dirty, you can tell by looking at me." The other party glanced at him when he heard it. The dark green velvet top and trousers that he hadn't changed in time were indeed covered with black dust. It didn't look like the waste pile in a normal building. "It's a pity that you don't remember where it is." The White Knight sighed, but in his heart he actually believed it. The child in front of him was very smart, but he didn't look like someone who would lie, and there was no other explanation for what happened today, except using the secret passage. But if there really is a secret passage here, as a member of the King's Guard who protects the king, Baratheon is very sensitive to such things. He believes that, if there is a secret passage and he does not know about it, it is obviously his dereliction of duty. Before Robert, he had served 2 kings, and who knows whether the king he once protected was threatened by the secret passage? The White Knight's mood became a little depressed because of this, and Renly did not speak again, but thought about what he had just said. He went to the cellar to look for him, but did not find him. Renly narrowed his eyes. Although it is very hidden to hide in the pile of bones, if he deliberately looks for it, it is impossible not to see it, right? And he did not seem to notice that such a large piece of bones was broken. Did it break after he came back? The 2 people, one big and one small, each had their own thoughts, so this part of the journey was quite silent. As they continued to move forward, they followed the stone road to the central area of the castle. Soon, the building called Meagher's Holdfast came into view. Meagher's Holdfast was named after Meagher the Cruel, and the builder was self-evident. It was the residence of the king's families of all generations. It could be considered a castle within a castle. It was a huge square fortress with tall and thick walls and a dry moat covered with metal spikes. At this time, the drawbridge on the moat had been lowered. The 2 guards guarding the entrance bowed to the White Knight, who returned the salute and led Renly into the moat. Entering the lobby on the ground floor and going up along the building, he was finally brought to a room with a light green meat carpet on the stone floor. This was where he had lived for a long time. The White Knight then left, and after he creaked shut the thick oak door, Renly temporarily put aside his other thoughts and subconsciously touched the egg-shaped object in his pocket. After returning, he was busy dealing with the people outside and had no time to study his previous gains. He was not sure how to use this egg, but it was one of his few special items. In addition to the egg, he also had a bronze ring around his neck that could be used 3 times. There was also half a special bone hidden in the wooden box under the bed, but it seemed that it was no longer useful at the moment. Thinking of this, he walked a few steps to the silver-plated round mirror hanging on the wall under the golden brocade in the room, and stared at it. Racial level, LV1. Profession, Bard. Professional level, entry level. Professional characteristics, sensitive to rhythm. Have knowledge, heraldry LV7. Swimming LV6. Archery LV5. Have knowledge, poison making LV5. Dagger mastery LV5. Fishing LV2. Horseback riding LV2. LV1 omitted. Derived characteristics, psychic emblem, mermaid's breath, homecoming bait. As he stared closely, a series of information emerged from the mirror like mist. This mechanism of appearance is very strange. It seems to be appearing on the mirror, but if you touch it with your hand, you can't touch any wet substance at all. Instead, the misty text will dissipate. Renly believed that these words did not really exist, but were a manifestation of his thinking, because he could sense this information even without a mirror. It was just a matter of quantity. And that sense was like his own thoughts being condensed in his mind, not in the appearance before his eyes. Renly was already very familiar with this, so he did not pay much attention to this situation. He looked at the characteristics that appeared under the profession, and he was thoughtful. A profession column that he had not known before appeared, and Renly naturally could not ignore it. At the same time, although he was not very interested in the profession of the bard who made a living by singing, he had to pay attention to the characteristics derived from this profession. At this moment, it seems that this profession is just getting started. If he takes the initiative to improve the level of this profession, will new characteristics appear? Compared with the skills and knowledge that are more difficult to improve as the level increases, this profession does not seem to be that difficult to improve. After all, it is still the lowest level at this time. At the same time, he had to think deeply about the meaning behind it. If the bard is a profession, then what about the knight, scholars, sailors, or even wizards? The golden finger he has seems to hide many things that have not yet been discovered. Renly was thinking, and suddenly he was slightly startled. Then he looked towards the fireplace not far away. His hearing was much better than before, so he could faintly hear some special noises, and it seemed to be some sounds of soles rubbing against the ground coming from behind the fireplace. Thank you Tewuzen Ren and Zioka Strawberry Jam for the 500 reward. Thank you Zyanatang 246 for the 200 reward. Thank you 161,163,531,151 for the 100 reward. Chapter 53, Young Noble. Be obedient. Master Renly, you are so dirty. Come and take off your clothes first. Look, the water is warm, not cold at all. In a room in Meaga's tower in the Red Keep, a daily conversation between a maid and a young master is taking place. You can take off your clothes, but I don't need you to help me bathe. The boy's voice is full of childishness, and his tone is also full of the funny tone of children pretending to be little adults. I can wash it myself. You can't wash it clean by yourself, young master. Be obedient. There is nothing to be shy about. The voice of the young maid then sounded, and her soft voice seemed to be very good at taking care of children, but the guy she was facing at this time didn't seem to buy it. Who is shy? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? The voice was dissatisfied, but then it seemed to change its mind. But you can help me unbutton this button. It's too tight, and it's covered in dust. The maid responded, and then there was a rustling sound, but after a while, the child's unhappy words sounded again. I asked you to unbutton. Why did you unbutton my pants? I told you I could take them off by myself. Then I'll help you unbutton. Master, I'm sorry. The maid apologized hurriedly. What's your name? The child asked. Barina. Master Renly, my name is Barina. Okay, Barina. Now take my clothes and go out, and then close the door tightly. I will take a bath by myself. If you are very free, just find something fun. We will wait outside. Master Renly, if you need us. No, go out now. The posture of the noble young master made a fat man who was eavesdropping secretly shake his head. After finding that the next thing was just a trivial sound of entering the water and the sound of footsteps and opening the door, he felt that there was no need to listen anymore. So he quietly moved his body, crawled along the narrow passage, and left the dark wall in front, thinking that this trip was completely a fantasy, and that he was too suspicious. However, at the moment he left, the child who was squatting in the bathtub suddenly glanced over and looked at the fireplace that was not used because of the summer heat with a thoughtful expression. His enhanced hearing allowed him to detect some unusual noises behind the fireplace before, which was a bit unexpected, but also reasonable. After all, he revealed someone's secret, or an important killer, and it was inevitable to attract the other party's attention. But he didn't expect that guy to be so fast. When Kingsgood Baristan took him back to Meaga's holdfast, many people in the throne room were still discussing the secret passage he mentioned. However, not long after he arrived in Meaga's holdfast, the guy who was supposed to participate in the meeting in the throne room ran over, or maybe sent someone over, which really surprised him. At first, Renly was very alert, thinking that this might be the person who wanted to do something bad to him, or even kill him to silence him. So he carefully hid in a corner that was not in line with the fireplace and quietly observed, ready to take the initiative when the opportunity arose, and stabbed him to death first. However, after half a day, there was no sound of any mechanism being activated or similar noises, and there was only silence until the maids who came later brought the bath water, and nothing unusual happened. So Renly understood the purpose of the person hiding in the dark, and then he instinctively rejected him until the other party left. He shook his head unconsciously. There is a reason why spiders are not popular. Muttering, he recalled the things about the kingdom's intelligence manager, but found that his impression of it was already very vague. It seemed that the well-informed octopus spider had a crush on a mother of dragons who might not have been born yet, but later wanted to stab her because of her tyranny, and then he was beheaded. As for the previous words, the time span of that drama is very long, and this character's later roles are pitifully few. Renly can't remember what he did before that. Saved a dwarf through a secret passage? Served the country and the people. This impression made him feel a little strange, because he had heard that Varys was not from Westeros, but from the free trade city-state on the neighboring continent, which still had slavery. He felt that, if the other party really had such thoughts, he would not have come all the way here to realize his ambitions. There were not many impressions, so he simply suppressed them in his heart, and stopped thinking about them, and temporarily ignored the situation at the fireplace. Unzin leaned against the small wooden barrel behind him, feeling the warmth of the warm water coming from all directions. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his blue eyes unconsciously looked at everything around him. This bedroom was not big, but it was very elegant. Exquisite brocade and furniture were dotted everywhere. The cooling fireplace was cleaned. A feather bed that seemed to be able to sleep 3 adults was placed in the center of the room. The feather bed had sea blue silk curtains and oak bedposts carved with deer horns, birds and other animals. There was a protruding stone balcony in front of it. The window was large, and the light-colored curtain swayed as a cool evening breeze blew in from outside. Near the window was a round small table and a stool. On the table were several neatly stacked parchment books, all of which were given to Renly by Mr. Cresson when he left Storm's End. What satisfied Renly the most was that this room had a neat and dry marble toilet. The entrance was located in the corner of the room near the main door. Even the brown wooden door was carved with some interesting floral patterns. Overall, this place was much more exquisite than his bedroom in Storm's End. If you don't consider the discovery just now, the environment was also very reassuring. So Renly closed his eyes. Although less than a day had passed on the surface, what he actually faced was far from this. The long-term running around and exhausting made his mind exhausted. In addition, he had to intrigue with these people after coming out, which made him very sleepy. At this moment, he just wanted to empty his mind, think about nothing, and take a comfortable bath. Unfortunately, although the hot water around him made him feel quite comfortable, his mind couldn't be emptied at all. Everything in the copy, whether real or false, the strange storm, his own changes, a willful woman, the anomaly that was not found in the cellar, and the egg. Thinking of this, he suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to look in the direction of the bed not far away. At this time, under the silk pillow on the feather bed, a trace of gold was looming under his gaze, which made the black-haired boy in the bathtub touch his chin unconsciously. How to use it? Find a way to hatch it? It's so big, there's not much hope. Thinking about it, he decided to ask where there is a library in the castle tomorrow, and then check if there is a record of such a large dragon egg or hatching. If there is a criminal record, then try to incubate, and if there is no. Thinking back, the chaotic thoughts gradually dispersed, and the touches from everything around him made him a little drowsy, so finally he closed his eyelids and fell asleep quietly in the wooden barrel. Renly had a dream. In the dream, he seemed to have returned to the era of his previous life. He was in a restaurant. A waitress with silver curly hair came up and asked him what he wanted to eat. He ordered a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Thank you for the 500 reward from the book friend I drink potato porridge, and thank you for the 100 reward from the book friend Cyanatang 246 and the book friend HE*****. Chapter 54 Bloodletting. Although he decided to confirm the dragon egg the next day, when Renly woke up, he had no desire to get up. His short body was deeply sunken in the soft feather bed. His blue eyes looked at the slowly floating sea blue curtain above without any focus. He felt as if he was not wearing anything. He touched it with his hand, and it was true. Renly couldn't figure out how he got into bed. The last impression he had was that he was taking a bath, then fell asleep, and then, with that fireplace, how could he sleep so soundly? He secretly blamed himself for being careless, and then Renly felt a little headache. It was not a headache, but a real headache. At the same time, he also felt that his throat was dry, his nose was a little blocked, and he seemed to have no strength in his body. Caught a cold? Caught a cold? The boy lying on the bed couldn't help frowning, then raised his arm to look at his little hand, gestured for a while, and then he sighed. It would be a joke if a time traveler died of a fever. Thinking of this, Renly looked around, then stretched out his arm with difficulty to touch the gilded bell on the bedside table. A crisp sound rang out, and not long after, a black-haired maid hurried in. After discovering the boy's condition, she hurried out the door to find a maester for treatment. In this era, even a common cold can kill people, especially for fragile children. Medical conditions are limited, and even the king's children can hardly guarantee that they will live to adulthood smoothly, let alone ordinary civilians or even farmers. Fortunately, Renly's luck was pretty good when he was reincarnated, and someone would come to treat him in time when he was sick. So after a while, a bald old man with a neat and beautiful white beard named Purcell came in with a medicine box, and then, under Renly's stunned gaze, he used silver pliers to pinch out a twisting black leech from it. What do you want to do? Bloodletting is not a common method, but it is very effective. But you are too young, child, to be treated with formal bloodletting, so I need to use leeches. Don't worry, it's actually not that scary. I just caught a cold. Why do I need bloodletting? Renly asked in astonishment. He had caught a cold when he was at Storm's End, but at that time Maester Crescent mostly prescribed him potions. Although they seemed useless, they were not as exaggerated as they are now. Of course it is necessary. We all know that diseases are body fluids in the human body. Ahem. I mean, child, don't worry, you will be cured in no time. I don't need this. Renly looked at the other person like a fool. How can you treat a cold or fever with bloodletting? This thing is very unreliable at first glance. And if I remember correctly, the founding president of a certain superpower in the previous life was killed by bloodletting. Good boy, it's just a little uncomfortable. It won't hurt too much. Come on. The old man ignored the black-haired boy's refusal, lifted Renly's arm, and was about to put the leech down. Seeing this, the boy quickly retracted his arm, and then faced the old man with a white beard, narrowed his eyes and threatened, "If you dare to put it on my arm, I will go to Robert and say that you molested my maid." The old man couldn't help but shudder at this, and stared at the boy in front of him with wet eyes in astonishment. Child, how can you say that to an old man? This is not a polite thing to do. As a Grand Maester who has served 3 kings, I think I have to. Whatever you say. Anyway, if you dare to put it, I dare to go and complain. Renly replied dryly. The citadel of Old Town has cultivated a class of bachelors throughout the continent of Westeros. Bachelors assist nobles from all over the country to govern their territories, and the bachelors who assist the king are called Grand Maesters, and there is only one in the country. The Grand Scholar was responsible for taking care of the health of the king and his family, as well as managing letters from ravens from all over the country, etc. He could also attend the royal meetings to make decisions on state affairs, and was considered an important official of the kingdom. This was a job that only a highly respected person could do. However, if I remembered correctly, the Grand Scholar in front of me, who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, seemed to be visiting prostitutes. I remember that he was not a good person, so he had no psychological pressure to say this. The child seemed to be very unreasonable when he was throwing a tantrum, so the old scholar could only retreat. After prescribing a few potions, he ordered the servants to bring a brazier to bake nearby, and gave a few instructions, which was considered to be a hasty end of the treatment. After such a commotion, Renly didn't even have much confidence in the potion prescribed by the other party, so when the Grand Scholar left, he poured the potion directly into the chamber pot and then prepared to curl up in the quilt to sweat it out. He had no strength in his body, and he ate lunch in bed. A servant brought a small table to the bedside, and 3 neatly dressed maids brought plates of fragrant food and dishes. There were crispy white bread, vegetable and fruit salad, fried sweet corn cakes, crab pie, roast lamb with leeks, fried bacon with white beans. There were so many foods that Renly, who had been drinking fishy soup for a long time, was a little overwhelmed, but in fact he didn't have much appetite. After being fed a few strawberries by a brown-haired maid, he couldn't eat anymore, but thinking that he had to eat more when he was sick, he reluctantly ate a small piece of soft bread and half a corn cake, and finally waved his hand to signal them to leave, and then fell into a deep sleep on the feather bed. This lasted for 3 consecutive days, and the sudden illness finally eased. During this period, his cheap elder brother Robert came to visit him, but left in a hurry not long after, obviously busy with many things. And the second brother Stannis never showed up. It is said that Stannis has basically spent this period of time in the port of King's Landing, preparing a fleet in full swing, and then attacking Dragonstone Island in the eastern ocean of King's Landing, which is now the residence of the last remnants of the Targaryen dynasty. That's right, although the capital was occupied, the Targaryen family was not completely wiped out at this time. The queen of the previous king and their royal fleet had hurried back to Dragonstone Island, the base of the Targaryen family before the fall of King's Landing. All this has little to do with Renly. After his condition improved, he focused his attention on the closed fireplace in the room. There is no rush for the dragon egg. The thing is there, and it is impossible to run away. Not long after leaving the dungeon, he planned to rest for a while, so he didn't study how to leave the Red Castle and go out to get the other source of the smell he smelled before. Although he considered leveling up for the newly acquired profession, it was obviously a long-term thing and didn't need to start right away. So after the first breakfast, after recovering from the illness, he dived into the narrow fireplace and carefully explored it. His short body was able to move smoothly in the empty fireplace, but at first he did not gain anything. It was not until he had groped back and forth several times that he found a clue with his keen hearing. So he raised his hand and pressed a stone brick above the fireplace, and the wall on the side of the fireplace suddenly creaked and flipped, revealing a dark and deep hole. A cold breath drifted out from the inside of the hole, as well as a damp and moldy smell. Renly ran out and lit a candle and then crawled into the hole. But he came back after a while with a gloomy face. If you want to build a secret passage, just build a secret passage. Why are you building a maze? Muttering, he blew out the candle in his hand, fumbled with the switch just now, and the entrance to the secret passage flipped and closed again. Then Renly squatted in front of the fireplace and fell into thought. Although the Red Castle was currently under strict search because of his remarks 2 days ago, from the servant's words, it seemed that no one had found the real entrance to this kind of secret passage. At first, he claimed that there was a secret passage just to get rid of his brother Robert's questioning and find a reasonable explanation for his whereabouts. As a result, the more he came into contact with it, the more he valued it. Now it has even risen to the point where it must be solved. Renly actually thought about whether he could use this secret passage before. If this secret passage could lead to the outside of the Red Keep, it would be much more convenient for him who was grounded. However, Renly now thinks that this secret passage must not be left. At present, the most important thing for him is to grow up smoothly. Other things, whether it is the title that may be conferred in the future, or how long the Baratheon dynasty can last, or even exploring the mysterious golden finger, are secondary. The secret passage in front of him is already a serious threat because it is connected in all directions and seems to be connected to all the rooms in Meagher's holdfast. Even if Renly moves out of this room, he can't avoid it. Meagher's holdfast is already the safest place in the Red Keep. If this is the case here, what about other buildings outside? Renly didn't think he could leave the Red Keep or even King's Landing in the short term, which meant that he might live here for a long time. he could consider killing the person who knew the secret passage and completely monopolizing the secret, but he couldn't guarantee that Varys was the only one who knew the secret passage. So the most effective and fastest way to solve the hidden danger at the moment was to expose this new discovery in public so that everyone would know about it. But how to expose it also needed to be considered. This situation was different from when he was at Storm's End. At that time, he had no worries because everyone knew each other, but the forces in King's Landing and even the Red Keep were intertwined, and it was hard to say that they were all friends with the Baratheon family. He was still young, and a simple cold made him a little unbearable. He didn't want to be noticed again, especially about the secret passage, which he had already mentioned once. Secretly turn on all the switches in other rooms? Renly was a little hesitant about this, but when he found that a pair of twin neighbors suddenly moved into Meagher's holdfast, he suddenly had a new idea. Thank you to the book friend Blue Starcy Flower for the 1000 reward. Thank you to the book friend Longping 20076 and the book friend Masked Smile for the 500 reward. Thank you to the book friend Zyanatang 246 and the book friend Points Are Enough for the 100 reward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55, The Redwing Twins. The two new neighbors were twin boys with orange hair, one named Horace Redwine and the other named Harbor Redwine, with grapes embroidered on their lapels. It was obvious that they were from the Redwine family of the Arbor Island in the Reach, or rather, they were the two sons of the current Earl Redwine. Because they were still young and there were too many people in the Red Keep at that time, they were arranged to live in Meagher's holdfast. When they first moved in, the twins cried and screamed loudly, and the sound was very obvious. With his sensitive hearing, Renly vaguely knew that it seemed that one of them was scratched on the face by a black cat after entering the Red Keep. It seems that it is not serious, just a little disfigured. But the parties involved seemed to be unwilling to give up, and they were making a lot of noise, and it seemed that half of Meagher's holdfast could hear it. Seven gods save me, how can they have such a loud voice? Not only are their voices loud, but their tempers are also not small. A servant passed by and whispered. With his sensitive ears, Renly could hear what they were saying, even if he was sitting on the balcony. I remembered a midwife in my hometown in the countryside. Every time she went out to work, she would shout louder than the women giving birth. I still remember one time, she scared the woman in the next village. If only all the young nobles were as quiet as Master Renly, although he sometimes loses his temper. Yes, the little guy's good in every way, but he is a little shy. The voices of discussion gradually faded away. Renly selectively ignored the remarks about himself in these words, but kept thinking about the useful information in them. Finally, he looked at the fireplace not far away, and touched his chin thoughtfully. That night, the twin brothers who had just moved into the new room of Meagher's tower were sleeping well, and suddenly heard a very terrifying sound coming intermittently, which seemed to be the cry of a child, and the eerie smile of a gargoyle. The strange sound was low and obvious, but it was impossible to find the exact location. So one of the twins, the orange-haired short one, was frightened and cried and howled, and wet the bed, while the other one, who was slightly taller, ran out of the room screaming and shouting that there was a ghost. That night, there was a lot of noise in Meagher's tower. When someone comforted the two twins, it was already past midnight and dawn. However, although many people were alarmed, no one paid attention to the ghosts in the mouths of the two little guys. Instead, they just thought that it was just a nightmare, or that they were not used to the new place. However, at midnight the next day, the two little guys started to make a fuss again, and then cried and shouted that they had to go home or not live here anymore. The servants who were responsible for taking care of them therefore discussed with the court steward that the rooms in the castle were basically occupied at present. If they wanted to change places to live, they could only send people to clean up some abandoned towers first, otherwise, the twins would not be placed in this royal residence. So the old man could only choose to continue to comfort the two young masters of the family, and finally completed this task reluctantly. On the third day, after breakfast, Renly pretended to stroll around and found two twin boys who looked a little depressed in a fountain courtyard outside Meaga's tower. He approached them and asked curiously, "Did you really see a ghost?" On the morning of the second day after the twins moved in, the palace steward arranged for them to meet, so they knew each other. "Really, the sound was so scary," the tall orange-haired boy said in a weak tone. The short boy shrank his neck when he heard it, and then waved his fat little fist again, and his ugly face covered with freckles was full of anger. "Even if it's a ghost, don't let me see it, otherwise I will make it taste my father's power," Renly exclaimed, then looked at some guards not far away and whispered, "I guess it's not a ghost." This made the two children who looked similar stunned. "If it's not a ghost, then what is it?" "It must be a person," Renly said. "Let me tell you, you just got here, and you don't know, but there are many secrets in this castle, such as secret passages inside the walls." "Secret passage?" The fierce short boy wrinkled his nose. "My dad said only mice can dig holes. Is there a secret passage where the king lives?" "Of course." Renly nodded. "I fell in 2 days ago. It was pitch black in there, but it was very big. I suspect someone used this secret passage to scare you." "Why scare us?" The short boy was stunned. "How would I know? I don't believe it." The tall boy shook his head and said, "That's a ghost. How could it be a person? Your home is not far from Old Town. Haven't you heard the Meesters there say that there are no weird things in this world?" Renly snorted and said, "But whether you believe it or not, I will find this secret passage." "They don't believe me, but as long as I find it, I will definitely convince them and buy me a lot of good things." "Well, you know, I found something that no one knows about, which must be a great achievement." The twin brothers looked at each other in surprise. "Is it really a person? Is there really a secret passage?" they asked in unison. "It must be the case. The person in the secret passage." Renly nodded, and then suddenly asked with great interest, "How about it? Do you want to find it together? Why should we join? What's the benefit?" "Benefit?" Renly pretended to think. "The benefit is that I get the credit, and you can have a chance to catch the person who scared you." "Do you really think it's a person?" After hearing this, the short boy repeated the question. "Of course, I don't believe in ghosts in the world. The Meesters all say I'll join." Before Renly could finish, he clenched his fists and nodded, his ugly face full of freckles showing a look of gritting his teeth. The tall orange-haired boy rolled his eyes and asked curiously, "You just mentioned merit, but this also has merit?" "Of course, this is the Red Keep, where the king lives. It would be terrible if I discovered a secret that even the king doesn't know," Renly said, pretending to be serious and stating his other purpose. "But if we want to catch the man who scared you, we can't tell others immediately, even if we find the secret passage." "Why? Have you heard of a saying? If we dig up the haystack and startle the snake inside, if we tell others about it after we find it, the man will definitely not show up again. So after we find the secret passage, we should first tell this news secretly to my eldest brother Robert and ask him to catch it. My eldest brother is very powerful. In this way, we can both get credit and catch the fake ghost. Of course, the credit is mine. You can't compete with me." The black-haired boy's words sounded like he admired Robert very much, but in fact, he didn't trust him at all. If that rough and cheap eldest brother was really reliable, he wouldn't play so much trouble. He would just go and make a small report. At most, he would think about how to make the report so that he could act more like a child. Relatively speaking, although the second brother Stannis is a little bit stinky, at least he won't get drunk and talk nonsense. It's a pity that he hasn't been seen recently. Why should the credit be yours alone? The short boy was unknowingly led into the corner by Renly. "Of course it's mine, otherwise it can't be yours," Renly replied in a displeased manner, which made the other party blush and seem a little suffocated. The tall man next to him blurted out a sentence. "We can find it ourselves." This made Renly stunned, and then frowned. "You can't find it by yourselves. Why can't you find it?" The short man also reacted at this time, with a smile on his face. "Why can you find it but we can't?" "Because I fell in there before. Everyone knows it. We don't know, but we have to find it." "That's right. We have to go. Then if we find it, the credit and the fake ghost will all be ours." they said, made a face at Renly, and turned around, and ran away with a smile. They ran very fast, and seemed a little impatient. Looking at the backs of the two for a while, Renly scratched his head, and suddenly felt a little troubled. Although he deliberately provoked them, it was just a kind of foreshadowing for him. He didn't expect these two guys to be so impatient. His original idea was that he was also involved, so everything he said before sounded reasonable. He originally planned to take the two guys for a casual walk, and then accidentally find some clues or something. After finding the clues, he would say something to stimulate the two guys, so that they would leave him alone, and do it alone, so that he could almost get rid of himself. Or it doesn't matter, if he can't get rid of himself. With two shields, the pressure he will bear will be much less. As a result, they turned against him directly. Thank you book friend 5,555,556 for the 500 reward. Thank you book friend Zianatang 246 and book friend 201907212020370092 for the 100 reward. Chapter 56 The Storm Rises. Although he felt that the two little guys were a little impatient, Renly decided to continue with the planned plan because he thought about it again and again and felt that it was actually no big deal. However, this idea disappeared without a trace after the incident actually happened, and Renly really realized what kind of creature the naughty child was. Not long after the conversation, the two children suddenly discovered a secret passage behind the wall at the head of the bed while playing indoors. Then, the twins who seemed to be quite courageous were scared to death, just because it looked too dark inside. Obviously, in this situation, they could not remember Renly's instructions at all, so they screamed in panic, and caused the guards to break in, and then the entrance to the secret passage in Meaga's tower was completely exposed to everyone's sight. Meaga once ordered the execution of all the craftsmen who built the Red Castle. We should have guessed it long ago. Lord Tywin of the West said this to his three younger brothers when he learned about this. How did the two children find out? They accidentally touched the switch while playing. The Duke's youngest brother, Gillian Lannister, said with amusement, I heard that they asked Robert, who rushed over to take credit for it. They said it was a great achievement. I'm really curious about how our Lord Redwyne educated his two precious sons so interestingly. It is indeed a great achievement. Another brother, Tygert Lannister, snorted coldly. I'm more curious about how our Lord Robert will reward these two little guys from the River Bay. Old Redwyne is not very willing to send his two sons as hostages. This has nothing to do with us for the time being. The Duke's second brother Kevin said as he looked at his eldest brother who was listening quietly. I heard that Stark took his men to Dorne because of his sister? Apart from this, I can't think of any other reason. Kevin said meaningfully, it has been so long since Rhaegar abducted the wolf girl. What should have happened long ago. This may be an opportunity. Our good niece is no worse than any girl. As long as Robert. This is unlikely. His brother Gillian frowned. I heard that our Lord Robert is in love with the wolf girl of the Stark family. Love her so much that he can't help but go to the brothel every 2 days. Tygert, with a head of bright golden hair, said sarcastically, I also heard that he has an illegitimate daughter in the valley. This only means that he is energetic in some aspects, but sometimes this does not affect the feelings. Which lord doesn't have an illegitimate child outside? Gillian said, suddenly thought of something, and added another sentence. Except our eldest brother. The person he was talking about just glanced at his younger brother silently after hearing this, and then said calmly, I have some ideas about Cersei's affairs, but for now we should consider Jaime. Since Robert is going to sit on the Iron Throne, the Kingsguard of the previous dynasty may not count. The Kingsguard is a noble position. They are responsible for protecting the king and swear to never marry. After joining the position, it means giving up their previous status and rights in exchange for a white robe of honor for life. However, not everyone is eager for this honor. At least, Duke Tywin has always been dissatisfied with his heir being named a Kingsguard by the Mad King of the previous dynasty. He only has such a qualified son. Being a Kingsguard means that his son has to give up the inheritance rights of the Lannister family in the West, which is obviously not well intentioned. At this time, there were countless nobles in King's Landing, and each of them had their own ideas and demands. The winners were ready to share the benefits, and the losers hoped to recover their losses. The changes brought about by a war were enough to affect the fate of the entire family, not to mention the change of dynasties. However, despite the undercurrent, the secret passage of the Red Castle still attracted their attention. The Tully family in the Riverlands, the Tyrell family in the Reach, the Lannister family in the West, the Arryn family in the Vale, and the secondary lords under their respective command, all families with a certain scale, could not ignore this matter, and some were even frightened and sweated. There were rumors of secret passages in the Red Castle before, but it did not attract much attention, because there were no clues and sufficient evidence to prove it. However, the facts were in front of them at this moment, and they could not ignore it. The secret passage of Meagher's Holdfast was not too scary. After all, it was the residence of the royal family. Except for some great nobles, who had a marriage relationship with the royal family, most nobles did not think that they had any connection with Meagher's Holdfast. But since there are secret passages in the most important Meagher's Tower in the Red Castle, what about other places? The Prime Minister's Tower, the Throne Room, the White Sword Tower, the Maiden's Residence, and even the cathedral in the castle. As the core of the entire kingdom, the Red Castle is naturally the center of politics and power, and it is difficult for the nobles of Westeros, big and small, to say that no one of their family has lived or worked in this place. Countless political decisions, countless conspiracies, poisonings, betrayals, filth, power struggles. Most people keep disguises outside, but who would still wear a mask in their own room? Not to mention that the secret passage can not only be used to eavesdrop on news, but also allow people to enter the royal family's living rooms unimpeded. Even the king's residence is like this. Wouldn't other places be even more unsafe? Many people are eager to know how many secrets the entire castle has, so the day after the entrance to the secret passage was exposed, a thorough search began in the Red Castle. Unlike before, the search that perceived the seriousness of the problem was even mixed with destructive nature. Then, as expected, people discovered the secrets in one building after another. The shocking things made it difficult for everyone to remain calm. The entire Red Castle seemed to have been riddled with holes. So before the new king was crowned, the proposal to rebuild the Red Castle was already on the temporary royal conference table. Generally speaking, this is actually a good thing. After all, it is a period of dynasty change. No matter what happened before, it basically doesn't count. Even if there are many dirty things that may be known, they were carried out in the previous dynasty. Can the new king still investigate? However, some people are happy and some are sad. Most people are happy to see the exposure of the secret passage, but a bald fat man who loves to put powder on his body got into trouble because of it. As the chief intelligence officer, it is hard for people not to suspect that the octopus spider Varys already knew the existence of this secret passage. After all, he has always been known for his unexpected mystery and unattainable intelligence ability. Now it seems that it is because he has mastered the secret passage of the Red Castle. If that was true, how many secrets did he know? Countless hostilities, open or covert, were cast on the chubby non-threatening eunuch, which made the person involved miserable. In the previous dynasty, he was the Minister of Intelligence, and was highly valued by the Mad King. Now that the Red Castle has a new owner, he still retains his original position. This is naturally not because Robert is rough and has no grudges against the enemy's confidants, but because Varys proved his ability and value in front of him. So he saved his position and life. But now, he felt that this matter was very strange. How come the first boy was just dropped into the secret passage, and then someone went to scare another pair, and then they found him? Did an enemy discover his secret, and then use the child to target him? Many faces flashed through Varys' mind, but he was not sure. What he didn't know was that because the twins were unreliable, he didn't step into the trap set by someone's words. Otherwise the situation would actually be worse. But just for now, he has been overwhelmed by it. How to eliminate other people's suspicion, how to cover up what he had done, how to regain the trust of the new king. However, something happened that temporarily suppressed the limelight of this matter and relieved some pressure on Varys. The Duke of the North, Eddard Stark, returned from Dorne and was currently heading towards King's Landing. At the same time, a raven sent a letter saying that the Duke's sister, Lyanna Stark, Robert Baratheon's fiancée, the wolf girl who caused the war, had unfortunately died of illness in Dawn. Then came the issue of the future queen. Chapter 57 interrupted breakfast. He was too young, and unlike the situation at Storm's End, no one would come to Renly to tell him about this, so by the time he knew about it, it was already the third day after the news came. At this time, Renly had been back for nearly a week. His long-term dungeon career had made him a little mentally exhausted, so during this period, apart from the secret passage incident, he basically ate and slept and ate, including the bard profession. He was too lazy to think about most things. He ate a lot of fish and meat all day long, and sometimes he was too lazy to even eat by himself. There was no hardship, no need to run around, and no one nagging in his ear. He felt that his life was really a bit salty. Of course, in between eating and walking, he still did some serious work, such as looking up books and figuring out the dragon egg problem. The feedback he got was very bad. He had never seen such a small egg. He had expected this. After all, no matter how deformed it was, the eggs laid by a dragon and a chicken could not be the same size. And if he remembered correctly, this egg was not this big. He suspected that it was seriously damaged when he traveled through time and space. I just don't know how this thing tastes compared to eggs. Renly thought about it during a study, thinking of the dream he had after returning. So the question is this thing poisonous? Although he thought so, Renly still had a fluke mentality about hatching dragons, and didn't plan to do so for the time being. After all, eggs can be eaten if you want, but there is only one dragon egg at present. If you really eat it, it will be gone. Then he began to think about what method to use to try to hatch it, but before he could think it through, he suddenly heard about Stark's sister's death from illness from the dining table, and then was reminded of another thing. We must gain the support of the Lannister family, otherwise you will not be able to sit on the throne securely. On the right side of the long horizontal table in the dining room of Meagher's tower, an old man with dull blonde hair, bald head, thin face and hooked nose was cutting a piece of bacon roll with a dagger, while speaking to the strong black-haired young man across the table. But for a long time, after he finished speaking, the handsome black-haired young man did not answer anything, but kept chewing the dry crispy bread in his hand. Seeing this, the old man named Jon Arryn could not help but say, "I'm sorry about Lyanna, Robert, but now I have to remind you. Forgive me, Jon, I don't want you to remind me of anything." The other party muttered impatiently, and the food in his mouth made his voice sound vague. "Just let me have a quiet breakfast." Cersei, the virgin daughter of Lord Tywin, is only 17 years old this year. She is impeccable beautiful, and is known as the Light of the West. She is gentle, virtuous, and proficient in. Old Jon was talking to himself, not noticing the other party's blushing face. Before he finished speaking, the black-haired young man suddenly slammed the table with a bang, and the silver plates collided, the food splashed, and the two servants behind him couldn't help but shiver. "I said it's not necessary. Let Tywin's bitch daughter go to hell." He cursed angrily, but then he seemed to feel that his reaction was a bit extreme, so his anger was slightly restrained. "Why don't you ask Stannis if he is interested? He is my heir, and is qualified to marry for me. I have marriage contract." Stannis, who had just returned to the Red Castle in the past 2 days, was eating breakfast quietly on the side. Hearing this, he glanced at his brother coldly. "The Florent family of the Reach. It was decided by my father before he left." This guy spoke in a hard tone, obviously not intending to leave any room for negotiation. Robert glanced at his second brother unhappily, but said nothing. Instead, he turned his head to look at the little guy who was quietly eating breakfast at the end of the table, and had no sense of existence. Then Renly, look at his handsome appearance. He looks exactly like me when I was a child. This is ridiculous. The old man heard helplessly. "Robert, how old is Renly? You 7 levels of hell. Jon, why don't you marry Cersei?" Robert interrupted the other party impatiently, ignoring the dark face of his adoptive father. "This might give you 2 more heirs. Do I need to remind you, Robert? I already have Lady Lysa." The old man said angrily, "I also believe that the issue of my heir will be resolved sooner or later. I don't think you need to worry about it yet." "Then don't worry about my marriage." The king's marriage is very important to the whole country. But I'm not the king yet." This obvious sophistry made the hook-nosed old man laugh angrily. He immediately put down the cutlery in his hand and lowered his voice to the black-haired young man opposite. "Lyanna is dead, Robert. How can I make you understand? She is dead." This made Robert, who was originally normal, look gloomy in an instant. He stared at the old man opposite with his blue eyes for a long time and finally squeezed out a paragraph of words through his teeth. "John, fuck you. I fucking know that Lyanna is dead." "Then you should." The old man was interrupted by the other party in an angry tone before he finished speaking. "But I said I would marry her. I said it many times. So don't mention that Lannister bitch to me again." "That's right. Don't mention it at all. I don't want to hear it." "You have to hear it, unless you don't want to sit on the Iron Throne and don't want to. Fuck the Iron Throne." Robert stood up suddenly and interrupted him, pointing at the old man with red eyes and cursing. "I've had enough, John. Fuck the Lannisters. If you want to marry, go and marry yourself." He kicked the stool and left the table while cursing. "I just wanted Lyanna, but what happened? I fought so hard, but got that fucking ugly and heartbroken chair." The cursing words gradually faded away, leaving the hook-nosed old man sitting there with a gloomy face for a while, and finally sighed sadly. Stannis at the table looked at his brother's back expressionlessly, and the silver dagger in his hand subconsciously cut a piece of cheese, but accidentally cut the fingers of his other hand. Looking down, he frowned slightly. After glancing at the only two people left at the table, Renly suddenly said, "I'm full." He slid off the bench and left in a hurry without waiting for a response. He looked like he was frightened. But in fact, Renly was considering taking this opportunity to solve a problem. With that strange golden finger and a well-off background, he may have a status far beyond most people in the near future. Renly has many plans for his future, but he should also prepare for the future. For example, he should find a way to solve the problem of the green hat. He thought about this problem when he was at Storm's End. He didn't have many ideas about it, but he did have some. Looking at Robert's appearance today, he was obviously very resistant to his future wife, so what Renly should consider now is how to give the other party an excuse to refuse. As for whether this excuse can really work, we have to make it first. Thank you to the book friend Stupid is called Simple for the 500 reward, and thank you to the book friends Dan Dan Kyang Dan, Taewu Zenran, Zyatang 246, Xianting Difu Renjian, Shenchunan Jian Crayon Dawn for the 100 reward. Chapter 58, Screen Peeping Magic. As Stannis' entourage, the former smuggler Davos was not placed in the core area of the Red Castle, but he was not excluded. Instead, he lived in a barracks near the city wall outside the castle with other knights and guards of the Baratheon family. Now as a knight, his status is no longer what it used to be. At the same time, relying on his senior knowledge of ships, he is still highly regarded by Stannis at this time, because the other party is forming a fleet to attack Dragonstone. It is worth mentioning that, after becoming a knight, the emblem he chose for himself was a small black ship printed on a grey background. The sail of the small black ship was inlaid with an onion pattern and two half-pinched fingers. It looked like it was reaching down from above to pick the onion, and it seemed that it had just been placed on the ship. When he was found, he was talking to a stable boy in the stable. Renly waved at him from a distance, and he walked over quickly. "Good morning, Master Renly." He bowed and greeted him. His attitude was much more respectful than others. "What do you want to talk to me about?" The black-haired boy nodded, but his eyes were looking at the two Baratheon soldiers behind him. "Well, Edive, stay away. I want to tell our Onion Knight a secret." He deliberately spoke with the seriousness and earnestness unique to children, which made the two soldiers laugh. "I'm really curious about Master Renly's secret. Can we listen to it?" "No." The boy shook his head. After the two soldiers looked at each other, they pretended to sigh and stepped back a distance. "Further away," Renly ordered. So the soldiers moved away again with confidence. Although two of their colleagues had just lost the young master not long ago and were punished, they had already believed Renly's words about the secret passage, so they were not alert. At the same time, they all came from Storm's End and were veteran soldiers who had followed the Baratheon family for a long time. They were very familiar with Davos, who solved the food problem of Storm's End, so they could stay away without worry. However, as the person involved, Davos did not feel honored. Instead, he became serious. Others did not know, but he knew that the man in front of him was definitely not a simple child. His current behavior obviously had a purpose. "My lord, has something happened?" He could not help asking. "I remember you said that you were born in Flea Bottom." Renly looked up at him and asked as if to confirm. "Flea Bottom in King's Landing?" Davos nodded. "Then you should know some locals here. Prostitutes, barbers, tavern owners, canteen managers, and even rogues and villains. I know all of them, my lord." "Then I need you to help me do something, Davos," Renly said seriously, and his expression was completely different from just now. Seeing this, the brown-haired middle-aged man in a black cloth robe half knelt on the ground and listened attentively. Then the other party began to whisper, but the more he listened, the bigger his eyes widened, and he finally couldn't help but interrupt the boy's words. "Do you have evidence, my lord?" "I have evidence, but I can't give it to you. Forgive me for being so nosy, my lord. Slandering nobles is a serious crime, especially great nobles like the Lannisters, not to mention the brother and sister you mentioned. Isn't the crime of massacre and plundering King's Landing even greater? Lannister did it in the name of your brother. That's why I told the Baratheons to stay away from them. Why should we take the initiative to taste a mouthful of stinky shit?" Renly said with disgust, "or rotten shit that has been fermenting for a long time. But such slander is not the way for decent people to do things, my lord. I'm sorry. This is true." Renly assured him solemnly, "I swear to the 7 gods, this is not slander, and if I tell the slightest lie, I will die a miserable death." Davos obviously didn't know that Renly didn't believe in God at all, nor did he understand that this man had died a miserable death several times. Hearing this, he opened his mouth and said hesitantly, "Maybe we should let Lord Stannis or Lord Robert know about this. They won't believe it." Renly shook his head. "They will ask, what is the source of the news? How did you know?" "I can't say that I saw it with magic, right?" Davos frowned when he heard this. After several contacts, he could feel that Renly had good intentions, so he didn't reject him, but he didn't really believe in his magic rhetoric, or rather, he was full of resistance to this kind of witchcraft that he didn't understand at all. But considering that he was awarded the status of knight and a piece of territory because of this witchcraft in the beginning, the former smuggler hesitated again, not knowing whether he should agree. "I won't force you." Renly sighed at this. "I ask for your help in the name of the Baratheon family. Davos, help us, not myself." It's hard to say how sincere these words are, but they are more effective than any coercion. After the words fell, the former smuggler who was knighted by Stannis pinched the small bag on his chest unconsciously, hesitated for a moment, and finally thought of the traces of brutal looting in King's Landing, so he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "I can find a few reliable friends to spread this matter, my lord, but I can't guarantee how much effect it will have. I mean, it is very likely that doing so will be useless. Just do your best. If it doesn't work, I will think of other ways." Renly shrugged, "But there is a saying in Westeros that words are like the wind. I believe that the wind will eventually spread." When he said this, he unconsciously flashed the hostile eyes he saw when he entered the city. The war had just ended not long ago. If the civilians in King's Landing were hostile to the Baratheon family, then what about the Lannisters, who personally went out to burn, kill and loot? He didn't say this, but he thought Davos would think of taking advantage of this. However, their topic on this ended here, because a person walked over not far away. The man was broad-shouldered and strong, wearing a tight grey woolen coat and a black leather jacket that made him look like a two-handed sword, while his thin cheeks and short black hair were like the sharp tip of the sword. "Lord Stannis." Davos stood up when he saw the man, and then stepped forward to salute. "You should go to work, Davos," the other party said expressionlessly. "Coaxing children is what a wet nurse needs to do." "Okay, sir." Davos nodded in response, secretly gave Renly a look, and turned and walked away quickly. Stannis, who was standing there, lowered his stinky and hard stone face to face the little boy in front of him. "I thought you would be at Migo's holdfast, but you squatted in the stable and wasted time with my onion knight." His voice seemed to blame, but Renly usually ignored the words that contained certain element in his mouth. and was more concerned about another message in it. "You're looking for me?" The black-haired boy was surprised. "What for?" This was a rare thing. When they were at Storm's End, this guy never talked to him unless necessary, let alone looking for him for something. This was also normal. What was there to say? Although they were brothers, Renly always regarded Stannis as a mean elder, even though the man in front of him was not yet 20 years old. Ignoring the doubts on the boy's face, the other looked down at him and frowned. "Before leaving Storm's End, Crescent asked me to take good care of you. I don't understand why a servant asked me to take care of you, but he said it was his responsibility as a brother. You can just think about this yourself. Why say it out loud?" Renly's face darkened when he heard this. After looking at his expression for a few times, the other suddenly nodded, then turned and left. "Robert has not been in a good mood recently. I will ask the servants to send breakfast to your room for the next few days. You must eat on time." As he said this, he seemed to remember something, and his footsteps suddenly stopped. "I was testing the ship at sea a while ago." He left again after he finished speaking. What does it mean? Renly felt that this person was a little strange, but then he looked at the other person's back, and he came to his senses. He couldn't help but squint his eyes in suspicion. "Is this the legendary Tsundir? Thank you for the 1800 reward from the book friend who loved drinking water since childhood, and thank you Uncle Joel, and 124,162 book friends for the 100 reward." Chapter 59 Black Cat and Night. The seeds have been spread, and whether they can sprout and bear fruit depends on God's will. As a 5-year-old child who can't even leave a castle, Renly can only wait for news. This method is not very good. After all, aristocratic marriage has never been based on the will and personal conditions of both parties. However, for the time being, he is prepared to take it one step at a time. Maybe his hot-tempered brother will really swear to never wear it when he gets angry. Another effective way to solve this matter is to kill the two parties, but the future queen is still in the west, and her brother and adulterer Jaime is in the Red Keep, but except for a few limited times, he has been staying in the White Sword Tower, the headquarters of the King's Guard, and has not come out. When Renly visited Barristan of the King's Guard, he saw him leaning against the window of the tower in a white robe, but most of the time he could not see his shadow. Of course, even if he came out, Renly didn't think he could really kill him. Apart from anything else, as the youngest King's Guard in history, the existence of Jaime Lannister was not something that anyone could deal with, unless some despicable means were used. Unfortunately, the price of a high status is to be noticed. In addition to having sufficient material enjoyment, it is inevitable to attract unnecessary attention, and it is extremely difficult to do certain things. After Stannis left, Renly led two guards back to Meagher's Holdfast, but before he reached the place, he suddenly heard a scream and a loud noise. "Why did you ask me to give it to you? Old man, are you in cahoots with this cat?" A rough and fierce roar came from a garden corridor, which attracted Renly's attention. He looked carefully, and found that it was the two cowardly twins of the Redwine family. They were talking to a figure blocked by a pillar at this time. Renly felt that the figure seemed familiar, so he stepped closer. "I don't care what you say, get out of the way, or I'll tell my dad." The gruff voice continued to yell, and at the same time, another child's voice complained. "It scratched my face, why should we let it go?" As Renly approached, he glanced at them, and found that the taller of the twins was holding a black cat with its limbs tied with ropes, kicking and twisting its legs and screaming. At the same time, he also saw who was standing opposite the twins. Barristan, one of the only two remaining King's Guards in the Red Castle. "The gods created us, not for us to abuse animals, children." Then the White Knight said seriously, "Let it go. If you want a toy, I can ask the servants to find it for you. We don't want toys, we want this." The big boy raised his hand and gestured to the tied black cat in his hand, his ugly face full of freckles full of pride. "That's right, I don't care what you say, he scratched my brother," the short boy declared. As soon as these words came out, the tall boy was immediately unhappy. "I'm the older brother. We agreed before that whoever is taller is the older brother. You see, I'm already much taller than you this year. That doesn't count," the short boy said firmly. "Everyone knows that I was born first, so I'm the older brother, and you are the younger brother." Then you should give me your toys, because our father said that the older brother should give way to the younger brother. No, everything belongs to the older brother. Our father also said that in the future, all the toys on the entire Kingting Island will be mine. Then I'm the older brother, and you are the younger brother. The two of them seemed to start arguing with each other. The white-robed knight who was left aside was a little embarrassed, and didn't seem to know what to do. Renly felt that this situation was simply stupid, so he walked up and patted the taller boy's shoulder from behind. The other party subconsciously turned around and looked at him, and then felt his hand lighten. Looking down, the cat that was originally in his hand was already in the other party's arms. "What are you doing?" he asked stupidly, and it seemed that he hadn't reacted yet. "This cat is mine now," Renly declared. "Why is it yours?" the short boy asked with a wrinkled nose. "We caught it." "Who saw that you caught it?" Renly asked back. "My servants saw it, they all saw it," the tall boy replied. Renly didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at the two guards following behind him. So one of them said, "This is what our master Renly caught, otherwise how could it be in our master's hands?" "Yes, look at my face, I got a scratch from scratching it," the other one said, while covering his face and screaming in pain. This made the twin brothers with grapes embroidered on their chests a little dumbfounded. After touching their scratched faces and staring for a moment, the big boy whispered to the short one, "He bullied us." Needless to say, the short boy's expression became fierce, and he glared, as if he wanted to get close to fight, but after glaring at the other for a long time without seeing anything, he was the first to back off. After a snort, he pulled his brother and turned around and left. "Just wait and see." He walked and shouted, "I'm going to ask my dad to beat you up." His words did not get a response from the black-haired boy, but his twin brother pulled his sleeve. "Our dad is not here," he whispered, "and we can't beat them." "Then what should we do?" The short man was a little embarrassed when he heard it. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "If I had known earlier, I would have called my grandmother's name." The twins' grandmother was Elena Redwine, also from the Redwine family, but she married into the Tyrell family of Highgarden. She was called the Queen of Thorns. The name was very famous among them. In the hearts of the twins, she was a more powerful figure than their father. "Grandma isn't here either," the big guy said, his eyes rolling, "but we can go find his eldest brother. We found the secret passage, but we haven't decided what credit we want." "I've decided to take the cat." "No, there are too few. We want all the cats in the Red Keep." "That's a good idea." The short guy nodded in agreement, but then hesitated again. After looking at the servants following behind him, he whispered in his brother's ear, "But it was that arrogant Renly who told us about the secret passage first. This is a bit bad." "Who said that?" the big guy retorted. "Obviously we thought of it ourselves." The short guy scratched his forehead and nodded. "Yes, we thought of it ourselves." The two children looked at each other and then ran to the throne room impatiently, ready to formally put forward this request, while the future king was receiving petitioners and nobles. Renly over there didn't know what these two cowards were up to. He was holding the cat in his arms and looking up at the preaching of the people in front of him. "Robbing is not a good solution, kid," the White Knight Baratheon said to him seriously. "It is not a good habit either, but it is the fastest solution," Renly answered confidently. Because he had to find an opportunity to run to the cellar before, he had communicated with the man in front of him a lot. Although it was just a means of covering up, they became familiar with each other after a while. That being said, we should talk to them properly and tell them what they should and shouldn't do. Only in this way can we solve the problem from the root. "So how long have you been talking to them about reason, sir?" Renly asked curiously. "Is it effective?" This made the other party speechless, and then he shook his head helplessly, looking at the cat that had become very honest in Renly's arms for some reason. He suddenly said, "Its name is Baratheon. When I first saw it, it was still a kitten, just like its master." The voice of this person seemed a little gloomy, and Renly felt quite strange about it, but the other party did not stop talking, staring at the black cat and muttering, as if he was lost in memories. The atmosphere in the Red Keep was very depressing at that time. Everything King Aerys did was becoming more and more unbearable. The little girl was our only source of joy. I remember one time, when she saw that we were in a bad mood, she ran over to dance for us. It was a Dornish dance. I have never seen such a beautiful dance in my life, and I will never see it again. Are you talking about Renys? Renly asked. The name was the same as someone in his memory, but in fact it was not a person, but the daughter of Prince Rhaegar of the previous dynasty and his Dornish wife. Renly had never seen her, but he had heard of her. She seemed to be younger than him. Yes, Renys, a very beautiful little girl. Barristan nodded, as if he had thought of something. The expression on his face was both painful and regretful, which made Renly unconsciously think of the strange look of this person when he first met him. However, the White Knight did not say much, but sighed and said to Renly, "Gods have mercy, take good care of it, child, I beg you. If you want to keep it, then take good care of it, and don't let it get hurt again." "I won't hurt it," Renly said as he looked down at the black cat in his arms, which was quite notorious in the Red Castle, and said thoughtfully, "But I can't guarantee that it won't hurt me." This made the gloomy Barristan couldn't help but laugh, and then squatted down and patted Renly's arm. "It seems to like you very much. I believe it won't do this." "I hope so," Renly replied, and raised his hand to touch the cat's nose, and then heard the other side's voice meow softly, and the pair of light blue cat eyes looked at the black-haired boy like a shy little girl. Little girl? Renly felt that he seemed to have thought too much. Thank you JJF 666 book friend for the 2000 reward. Thank you Uncle Joel for the 500 reward. Thank you Zyanatang 246 book friend and Chang Xiangxi 166 book friend for the 100 reward. Chapter 60 The Unexpected Person. The tavern was dark, with grease candles burning vaguely on every table. The wooden pillars of the tavern were tied with blazing torches, which together with the candles, illuminated the greasy faces that were either sloppy or drunk. The tavern maids kept shuttling between the gaps between tables. The air was filled with the smell of meat and stench, mixed with the sounds of clamor, or shouting and laughing, forming an inherent portrait of a medieval tavern. This is a very simple tavern located in the flea pits of King's Landing. The ground is an unpaved hard mud ground, and the wooden ceiling above has long been blackened by the large amount of smoke rising from candles and torches. However, this is also a common place for ordinary civilians to drink and have fun. "You don't need to pay me, Davos." The tavern owner is a thin middle-aged man with a mustache. Now he is hiding in the back room of the tavern and secretly meeting a brown-haired middle-aged man wearing coarse black clothes and a black cloak. "I don't care whether it's true or not. The Lion family has a grudge against me and us. It's enough for you to know this. It costs a lot to hire people. You will need them eventually." The brown-haired middle-aged man standing in front of him shook his head. "I can't ask you to work for nothing. Why should it cost more to ask our prostitute to gossip more?" The tavern owner sneered. "As for those singers, their thief ears are eager to find out the shameless deeds of all the nobles in the 7 kingdoms. Just wait and see, Davos. Although we can't beat those who ride horses and carry guns, we are not cowards who will do nothing when they are bullied. You know, I went out to buy goods that day, but my sister was raped by a Lion family. If I knew which bastard did it, I would skin him alive. God bless her." The brown-haired middle-aged man sighed. It has been 5 days since the conversation with Renly that day. During this period, in addition to his normal work, he spent all his spare time on this matter. Because of the promise to that person? Or because of the indignation in his heart? He couldn't figure it out. Things went more smoothly than he had imagined. Afterwards, he hadn't even used half of the activity funds that Renly gave him. Now he had basically found all the reliable friends he could find in Flea Bottom. Tavern owners, canteen chefs, shoemakers, barbers, fishmongers, and even down-and-out bards. Everyone agreed in unison. Everyone had a grudge against Lannister, big or small, but everyone had one. Of course, Davos also had some old friends who were not affected by the war, but he thought it was best to be cautious about this. Half a lifetime of smuggling career allowed him to see all kinds of people, and also saw many unexpected betrayals. Even those who had been contacted, he contacted them secretly, and didn't dare to approach them in public. After staying in this tavern and drinking a glass of brown barley wine, Davos said goodbye to his old friend and left. However, just after leaving the noise of the tavern behind, he suddenly felt as if someone was looking at him. A light rain not long ago made the narrow road here muddy. The windows of the 3-story wooden houses on both sides were closed, and there was no one under the stalls, built on the roadside, because of the night. After scanning the surroundings and finding nothing, Davos touched the long sword hanging in the black cloak with his leather-gloved hand, and then stepped out of the street. The sight projected on him seemed to have disappeared soon, but Davos did not relax his vigilance, and even quickened his pace. However, just as he was about to walk out of this narrow road, a slender figure suddenly jumped out from the shadows beside the wall. Onion Knight. Davos paused when he heard the words, and his hand touching the hilt of the sword at his waist unconsciously tightened. Who are you? A friend. The other party said so, standing in the cold street with his back to the moonlight, wearing a black cloak and unable to see his appearance, but his voice was soft, obviously a woman. However, Davos did not relax his vigilance. Friends won't do this kind of stalking. Stalking? The female voice chuckled. No, we just happened to meet you here. The brown-haired middle-aged man's heart tightened when he heard this word, but before he could react, someone suddenly patted his shoulder from behind. If you were an enemy, you would have been killed by us long ago, Davos. The voice was rough with a hint of laughter, but it made the brown-haired middle-aged man couldn't help but tighten the hilt of the sword in his hand. But he didn't act rashly, but slowly turned his head to look. A face that made him somewhat familiar came into his eyes. Are you Ben? He asked hesitantly. Yes, it's me, Big Belly Ben. The other party nodded, wearing coarse cloth clothes and a fat body. A background face with a smile was particularly obvious in the moonlight. I'm not very satisfied with this nickname. I should be called Strong Ben. As far as I know, you are already dead. No. Arthur Dayne bribed those bastards, but not all of them betrayed us. Davos understood after hearing this. The man in front of him was a member of a gang called the Royal Forest Brotherhood. Of course, that was in the past. When he came out of Storm's End, he had told the black-haired boy about this. The gang was entrenched in the Royal Forest where the king hunted and made a living by kidnapping and extorting nobles. It was wiped out by the army sent by the Mad King 2 years ago. It is said that the leader of the army, Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Dawn, was able to completely wipe out this group of bandits after bribing the villagers living in the Royal Forest. However, it seems that it is obviously wrong to say that it was completely wiped out. The man in front of him, called Ben, was one of the more famous gangster leaders in the Royal Forest Brotherhood. It is said that he has died, but he is clearly alive and well at this time. The little boy who sold himself? Davos asked. He knew the man in front of him, mainly because he had come into contact with the other party who sold stolen goods when he was a smuggler, but the two had only met once or twice, so they could not be called familiar. And now it seems that they are obviously looking for him. Davos couldn't think of any other reason for these people to find him except for the child he had seen not long ago. His name is Tob. The gentle-voiced woman in front of him said, "Here's my son. We were short of money, and he heard that a noble caravan was passing by that day, so he ran over." You are Wenda, White Deer Wenda? Davos asked again. White Deer Wenda was also a leader of the Royal Forest Brotherhood. Davos had never seen her, but he could guess. Now she is called Jenny, Blonde Jenny. The Big Belly said, White Deer Wenda is much more famous than ours. Hey, who says she is a woman? Women are born to give birth to children. Everyone says so. They didn't seem to be hostile, but Davos would not let his guard down. What he did on this trip required him to act in secret, and now that these two former bandits came to his door, he didn't think it was a good thing. Two friends, what do you want to do with me? He spoke slowly, secretly thinking about how to get away. Of course there is something. Why don't we go to a nearby tavern and sit down to talk? Forgive me, friends. I have to go to work later. Don't be nervous, my friend. We just want to ask you for a favor, a small favor. The fat man named Ben said, you see, although we are already dead, we are not dead at all. So, as long as this person is not dead, there must be many needs, such as he seemed to be a bit of a chatterbox, so he was interrupted by his companion. Before he finished speaking, we want to ask you to help introduce the noble young master of the Deer family. Nothing else, it's that simple. What do you want to see him for? Davos frowned when he heard it. As a squire? As a private soldier? Anyway, that's it. We have seen many squires of noble lords, and servants of noble children are not uncommon. The big belly said, those trash are not as good as any of us. You mean, you are going to take refuge with a little boy? Although he knew that the little boy was not simple, Davos felt that this matter sounded so absurd. Have you seen him? If not, you should have heard of him. He is only 5 years old. Ben, who had a big belly, was stunned when he heard this. 5 years old? We heard that he was 6 years old. But that doesn't matter. He will grow up. Yes, he will grow up. We are still young, and have long stopped being bandits. And now, as long as he throws 2 gold dragons over, like that day, we can do anything for him. Yes, anything, no matter how old he is. The former smuggler suddenly realized that the 2 people in front of him were treating Renly as a fat sheep. Why not join Lord Stannis? He tried to remind the other party, the boy he wants to see does not have the right to recruit private soldiers, and his money is all given by his family steward. He can't spend it casually. This is not poaching, but it is really impossible. It seems that the young master of the Baratheon family has no one to supervise him, but in fact, the screening of people around him is very strict. Whether it is servants or guards, they are strictly selected. The 3 generations above must be taken into consideration. How can anyone sneak in casually? Davos didn't trust them, but the 2 didn't seem to be willing to give up easily, so he wanted to ask them to change their target, or to let them give up the idea after they hit their heads. However, after he said this, the 2 just shook their heads. In fact, we wanted to surrender to Stannis in the beginning, because he accepted you, a smuggler, but the woman who changed her name to Jenny looked at the brown-haired middle-aged man softly. Does your finger still hurt, Davos? This made the person concerned subconsciously raise his hand and touch the small bag hanging on his chest, and the big-bellied Ben who also walked in front of him said, we can't imagine why you asked him to cut off your finger, nor can we think of why he had to cut off your finger. Good deeds cannot offset bad deeds, and bad deeds cannot cover up good deeds. Since I have been engaged in smuggling for more than 10 years, I must pay the price. Davos said seriously, Lord Stannis' punishment of me is very fair. I'm afraid there is no one more fair than him in the world. It sounds good. Justice is better than not treating us as human beings, but we don't have such noble sentiments as you. I won't cut off my fingers, if you really ask me to. Big-bellied Ben said, besides, if someone who does what we do really surrenders, it might not be his fingers that are chopped off, but his head. Can a brainless person still work for the lords? The woman also chuckled, obviously not intending to back down. Davos frowned when he heard that. But it shouldn't be a little boy. Don't you think this idea is ridiculous? Well, of course it makes sense. Big-bellied Ben said, Robert of the Deer family is very generous. We have met him. I heard that he is going to be the king. Maybe he will not be stingy with his only 2 brothers. Maybe in a while, the little boy you mentioned will become a lord. It is very common for boys to become lords, and we rarely make mistakes in our judgment. Of course, this is a gamble, but even if it is not the case, I see that the child is so. Ahem. Anyway, we won't lie to you. We have seen many nobles, but this is the first time we have seen a noble as generous as that child. To be honest, we are all scared. Apart from anything else, a few gold dragons are enough to spend for several years, which is much more than what we earn by raising pigs in the woods. What do you think, friend? You have made a name for yourself now, so please take care of us poor people. Do you really think that child is easy to fool? Can he easily get gold coins? Davos shook his head secretly when he heard this, but he could actually understand some of the 2 people's ideas. There were many knights who could not find a master to adopt them in the 7 kingdoms, and were so poor that they had to sleep in the wilderness, not to mention these former bandits. They were neither knights nor clean people. It was not easy for them to find a backer, and it was difficult for them to focus on a little boy. I can tell him about this. After thinking for a while, he said, but I'm not sure if he wants you, and I won't hide your identity for you. The 2 looked at each other and nodded. Of course, if he minds our identities, then forget it, but please ask friends to say a good word for us. We have washed our hands of this for several years, and have decided to be decent people. The big-bellied Ben spoke with a serious face. Seeing Davos nod, he said again, but before that, I think we should be able to help you. I'm good at saying bad things about the Lion family. Just consider it as a reward for you. Davos was stunned by this, and then he said cautiously, you all know? You are very careful. The other party laughed when he heard it. But we have been observing you for a long time. Thank you for the 500 reward from the book friend Lurenjaya, and thank you for the 100 reward from the book friend Strong, the book friend I'm Union and the book friend Zyanatang 246. Chapter 61 Dispute and Compromise. As the quasi-prime minister, Jon Arryn, Duke of the Vale, has been very busy recently. There are many things to consider before and after the coronation of the new king, involving all the nobles. The reconstruction of the Red Keep is also an issue that must be taken seriously. Reconstruction is easy to say, but in fact, many factors must be considered. Basic equipment such as stonemasons and building materials must be reserved as soon as possible. To what extent the reconstruction needs to be done, whether all the buildings need to be demolished, and whether they need to be redesigned, etc. The various checkpoints to maintain the operation of the country need to be restaffed. There are only 2 left in the King's Guard, which is a full staff of 7, and the seats in the Royal Council for discussing and deciding the affairs of the kingdom are not even full. Not long after the war ended, everything is in ruins. Then Jon Arryn also needs to consider the mood of the future king. The death of his fiancée was a great blow to Robert. Although through constant persuasion, he no longer had the idea of not marrying for life, and gradually no longer rejected the marriage with the Westerlands. He was not honest either. For example, he recently became addicted to drinking and visiting brothels. All these things were enough to upset old Jon, but somehow, the news of incest between the Lannisters spread in the city. If it happened to someone else, he would just sigh, but it was different for the Lannisters. He finally persuaded the future king to accept the marriage, and now this kind of thing happened. He really wanted to curse the heavens. So facing the black-haired young man who ran over excitedly after hearing the news, he suppressed his anger and replied, I will arrange for an aunt to check whether Duke Tywin's daughter is still chaste before the engagement, but the children of nobles have been learning to ride horses since they were young, and some parts may be affected, so this cannot be used as proof of whether she is still a virgin. The sunlight poured in from the round window behind him, shrouding the lonely old man in the royal meeting hall, making him look very old. At this time, he was sitting in the Prime Minister's chair, holding a feather pen, ready to sign a document, and he did not stand up when he spoke. It stands to reason that he shouldn't be so negligent to a king, but the man in front of him is his adopted son, and the other party has not been crowned, so he doesn't have so many etiquette to consider. Robert didn't care about it at all, but he was obviously not satisfied with the meaning of the other party's words, so he pulled out a chair next to him and sat on it and said with disgust, then there is no need to check. Do I have to marry Cersei? Damn it, women in the 7 kingdoms who want to marry the king can line up from the Great Wall to King's Landing Flea Bottom. The old man couldn't help but clench the feather pen in his hand after hearing such willful words. All the annoyances that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time seemed to come out at once, so he replied in a harsh tone, I want to remind you, Robert, our marriage with Lannister was never to find you a satisfactory wife, so even if this is true, you have to marry her. So a dignified king can only marry a whore wife who committed incest with his brother and had an abortion, and then let everyone in the 7 kingdoms laugh at me? The black-haired young man laughed when he heard the words. What do you think I am? A coward who swallows his anger in silence? Gods, please save me. If the result of winning the battle is to become a coward, I might as well have run to the Mad King obediently. I thought you were a king. The old man interrupted him sternly, a king who can bring good luck to this country and end the Mad King's tyranny. I never wanted to be a king, don't you know? If you don't want to, you can turn around and leave now. The bold old man with a hooked nose raised his voice and said, after that, I will go to Dragonstone to welcome back Queen Rhaenyra and Prince Viserys, and then according to tradition, support Prince Viserys to become the new king. These words made Robert's face flush instantly. He leaned over and glared at the other party with his hands on the table, gritting his teeth and said, don't you dare do that. Jon, I said that I will kill all the Targaryens with my own hands. Listen to me, all of them. I will make them die cleanly like dragons. The man in front of him was very angry, but the old man just looked at him quietly, showing no sign of giving in. He didn't change the subject until he saw the anger on the other's face had become stiff due to the long stalemate. You and Ned are good brothers, and the North is in urgent need of assistance from a stable kingdom during the cold winter, so you don't have to worry about the North. I'm in the Vale, and my heirs will not resist your rule in the future. Ned and I have united the Riverlands, so you don't have to worry about the Tully family for the time being. The old man's voice was full of reason. The Stormlands are your property, and the lords love you very much. We killed the Dornish princess and her children, and Dorne will not be honest, but at most we cannot control the southern border of the kingdom. Prince Doran of Dorne is cautious in nature, and he would never dare to lead his troops out of Dorne in rebellion without any chance of winning. The Reach is very powerful and there was not much loss in the war, but they have a blood feud with neighboring Dorne for thousands of years, and the two sides will not cooperate. At the same time, the heir of the Redwyne family of the Arbor is in our hands, and Earl Redwyne's fleet dare not act rashly. The Reach will also be restricted by the overall situation, unless there is help from the Westerlands, which are close to the Reach, and the most important is the Westerlands. Duke Tywin has already intended to show goodwill and form an alliance with the Westerlands. Among the 7 kingdoms, only the Reach and Dorne are still unstable, and perhaps with the Iron Islands, but the 3 parties have a blood feud with each other, and will never form an alliance. But if you don't form an alliance, the Reach, the Westerlands, plus Dorne and the Iron Islands who are keeping a close eye on us, that's equivalent to half of the kingdom. Half of the kingdom's territory, hundreds of lord families, without the leadership of their feudal lords. On what basis do you think they will obey your rule? On the basis of your Targaryen blood. How long can our status as the victors last? The old man's continuous words made the anger on the black-haired young man's face less and less, and finally dissipated completely, but he seemed to have been drained of all his energy and spirit. His face turned pale, and his body slumped back in the chair. Seeing this, old Jon sighed, and the seriousness on his face also collapsed. I will arrange for the scepter to check before the wedding. He repeated what he had said before in a tired tone. No matter what the result is, the High Septon will declare that Lord Tywin's daughter Cersei is still a virgin. Yes, he will say so. Then no one will criticize this matter anymore. Then I will launch a search for the remnants of the Targaryen family in King's Landing, so that everyone will know the truth of the matter. What is this, Jon? Robert, leaning on the chair, said bitterly. Dragon Knight Aemon and his sister Naerys? Having an affair under the nose of Aegon IV. So I'm the incompetent king? The future heir to the throne may not be his own. Old man, is this what you mean? This made the old man feel helpless. Robert, you have to calm down. A good king must distinguish between rumors and truth. Aegon IV became suspicious, and what happened? The kingdom was divided, the Blackfyre Rebellion broke out, and 5 generations of Targaryens had to clean up his mess. This is a bloody lesson. Don't be misled by such words again. Without saying anything, the other party seemed to have completely lost interest in speaking at this time. Seeing this, Lord Jon couldn't help but said, I will find out the truth, Robert, I promise. Forget it, Jon, you are right. It doesn't matter whether it is true or not. The black-haired young man waved his hand, looking bored. I'm relieved to leave this matter to you. Whatever you say is what it is. Seeing this, the old man hesitated to speak, but after thinking about it, he sighed and didn't speak again. In fact, he already has some clues. Varys, the chief of intelligence who has encountered a crisis of trust, has been working very hard during this period. Any news will be reported to him, the quasi-prime minister, as soon as possible. The clue is an outsider named Ben, who is highly suspected of being the source of the rumor, and they have begun to arrest him. Thank you to the book Friends Breaking Free, A Few Weird, Learning Without Bounds 122, Zuanhu 258 and Mayte_Mango for the 100 rewards. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Licking Cats and Wasted Eggs. Over there, the entire King's Landing was in turmoil because of Renly's spoiler behavior, but here the person in question seemed to have nothing to do with it and played the flute on an open-air platform in Migo's holdfast. The platform was at the top of Migo's holdfast, and several thick brown-grey pillars stood quietly around it. The boy sat on the edge of the platform, and in front of him was a vast sea with many ships moored. The cool sea breeze blew, the instrument was in his mouth, his fingers moved slightly, and the melodious flute sounded crisp and pleasant. The melody that seemed to be full of exotic style sounded strangely cheerful, but the intermittent sound seriously affected the rhythm. The two guards were standing not far away at this time. One of the guards, named Will, leaned against the pillar with his arms around his chest and said to his companion next to him, "Master Renly plays really well." The other party nodded in agreement. "Yes, this is the best flute performance I have ever heard, and I have never heard such a tune. Could it be that our young master composed it himself? Gods, that is really amazing." They spoke loudly on purpose, and they were not far from the black-haired boy. Not to mention that he had good hearing. Even normal people could hear it. This made Renly look at them sideways, and the two guys praised him even more. He rolled his eyes and ignored them, but continued to practice his flute skills. The unique talent given by his profession allowed him to clearly perceive some subtle flaws and unnatural places in the music when playing the flute, and then he could make appropriate improvements the next time he played. The problem was that his lung capacity was not much at this time, and he could not play the flute in one go, and the intermittent sound was not good. However, it seemed that he was the only one who had self-knowledge here. Not to mention the two guards over there, it seemed that even the animals were well versed in this. In the sunlight, a black cat that was originally walking on the stone edge of the terrace was now slowly approaching to the music. When it reached a certain distance, it suddenly jumped up and landed on a low table in front of Renly and lay there. Renly, who was playing the flute, glanced at it and ignored it. The cat lay down and stared at him quietly, its slight blue eyes constantly looking at the boy's focused face and the flute in his hand, as if full of attachment. Not long after, it seemed that it was not satisfied with this, so it jumped forward again and jumped into the arms of the black-haired boy and nudged its head against the velvet clothes on his belly as if enjoying it. The flute stopped abruptly, and Renly looked down at the little thing and said unhappily, "Go away, stay away from me, you always shed hair, how come you have no shame at all?" The black cat shrank its head tighter when he heard it and seemed to ignore it. Renly sneered at this and raised his hand to give it a slap on the head. So the black cat cried out in grievance, looked at his belly reluctantly, then turned around and jumped off, but did not move away. Instead, it lay on the boy's instep wearing calfskin boots, with its little head tilted up to stare at Renly, and its fluffy tail kept shaking, as if trying to please its new master. That little look made Renly feel sick. It was actually quite interesting to say that it was normal to have such a clingy cat, but he now seriously suspected that this cat was possessed by a shapeshifter. Although some smart cats and dogs can understand what their owners say through long-term contact, it is obviously not normal to understand everything. If I remember correctly, there are shapeshifters in this world who can possess animals, such as the future king of winning by rolling his eyes and hanging up on the spot, so Renly thought his suspicion was not unreasonable. But he didn't understand why it was so clingy. This cat was scratching and scratching furiously when the maids were bathing it, showing no spirituality at all, but when it was next to Renly, it became very honest and very smart. This was another unsolved mystery, just like many of the things he couldn't understand before. Thinking of this, he shook his head, then raised the flute again, and continued to play, but had to put it down after a while. Led by the servants, a middle-aged man with brown hair was walking up from the stairs. "Good morning, Davos." Renly raised his hand to greet him. The other party came closer and bowed, then looked at the flute in the boy's hand. "What did you just play?" he asked curiously. "Two lions," Renly said hesitantly. In fact, these were two tigers, but he didn't know how to say tiger in the common language. "It doesn't sound like our style here," Davos praised, "but the tune is beautiful, very nice to listen to. You play it very well, sir." Renly laughed when he heard this, and felt vaguely that he was surrounded by licking dogs, so he changed the subject and said, "What do you want to ask me?" "Lord Stannis asked me to bring this." Davos said as he placed a box in his hand on the table in front of Renly, a wooden toy made in Bravos, obtained from a smuggler. The guy in front of him was well versed in smuggling, and it was obvious that it promoted the good order of certain situations in King's Landing. After hearing this, Renly opened it and took a look. He found that there was a lifelike brown Titan warrior wooden sculpture with movable joints inside. He was not interested, so after taking a look, he closed the box and prepared to throw it into the box where the Naga ribs were placed when he returned. That was almost his trash can. No accidents? He asked in a low voice. Bringing toys is just an excuse. Because he wanted easier contact, Renly asked Stannis about wanting toys a while ago. Relying on the maternal instinct that inexplicably grew, it was not difficult for the former smuggler in front of him to become a toy messenger. Some accidents happened. Several former members of the Kingswood Brotherhood wanted to join you, Davos whispered, telling all his previous experiences. At first Renly was quite surprised, but then he understood what those people were like. They want to fleece me? Fleece me, you can say that. Davos felt that this metaphor was a bit strange, but he didn't think much about it. But if you need manpower, you might as well consider it, but you need to be careful when using it. Forget it. Why do I need a group of people of unknown origin? Renly shook his head when he heard it. Although he lacked the ability to act and manpower, he was not someone who could be favored by just anyone. Who knows if those people are spies sent by some family enemy? Although this possibility is not great, it is not impossible. Renly had many secrets and wanted to do many things, but he obviously couldn't follow those people's intentions and ask them to do something childish and ridiculous. He even used Davos because of the memories of his previous life, and he also took advantage of the situation. A group of strangers, and he couldn't figure out what their real purpose was. Renly didn't even have the interest to contact them. Seeing this, Davos didn't say much. After nodding, he reported to him the current rumors in the city, and then left. After he left, Renly didn't want to stay here to play the flute anymore. He turned around and said hello, and went down the stairs with 2 guards to return to his residence. Without him calling, the black cat at his feet followed behind him with its tail up until they arrived at the bedroom. Before the door was closed, it nimbly followed into the room, and then rubbed Renly's legs back and forth, and called a few times to please him, as if it was afraid that the boy would chase it out. Renly ignored the cat. After the guard closed the door, he walked on the soft carpet to the fireplace. The fireplace was now blocked by bricks and stones, and the secret passage inside was basically unusable. At this time, the sun was shining brightly outside the balcony, but Renly stepped on a stool and lit a tallow candle on the narrow platform on the fireplace. Smoke rose, and the quietly burning candlelight seemed dim compared to the surrounding light. A simple tray made of a lantern was then placed on the candle, and a golden egg was placed on the top of the hollow shelf of the tray by Renly. Then he lay on the fireplace platform, staring at the golden egg that was constantly being baked by the flames in front of him without blinking, his little face full of melancholy. He originally expected this egg to have a miracle, but gradually he no longer thought so, because it was as hard as a stone. 2 days ago, when he was playing with the egg on the balcony, the cat accidentally knocked the egg out of the window. Renly was shocked at the time, but when he hurried out to search for it, he found that the egg was still intact, after falling from such a high place. This made Renly sober up a lot. After thinking for a long time, he found a small hammer, but found that he couldn't break it, no matter how hard he hit it. Renly then tried to roast it, but unfortunately he couldn't, because it is not afraid of fire. Candles, kitchen stove fire, no matter how Renly roasted it, the egg could not be roasted at all. It was really like a stone. It couldn't be eaten, and there was no place to start to hatch it. It couldn't be smashed, just treated as a souvenir. Muttering, Renly glanced at the black cat who was walking around with his head up next to the stool under him. He had the idea of throwing the egg to the pet as a cat ball, but after thinking about it, he still put the egg away. It was cold and hard to the touch, without the heat of being burned by the flames. He had no idea where to start, so he decided not to bother with the egg for the time being. He decided to concentrate on honing his professional skills, and then find an opportunity to go out and retrieve the remaining medium. However, just when he was about to throw the thing into a box in the corner to collect dust, it happened to undergo a new change. Thank you to the book friend who loved drinking wahaha since childhood for the 500 reward. Thank you to the book friend 201907090931366606 for the 333 reward. Thank you to the book friend Zianatang 246, the book friend I'm Union and the book friend 201709271516142504 for the 100 reward. Chapter 63 Trash Can. As a 5-year-old boy, although he had no parents to love him, and his two brothers didn't pay much attention to him, Renly was still not treated harshly in terms of some material conditions. He basically had the best food and clothes since he was a child, and there was no need to say more about education. Although the place he lived in seemed a little simple, that was just his opinion. As for some entertainment, he also had everything he needed. When he was in Storm's End in his early years, an uncle liked Renly very much. Every time a caravan passed by Storm's End, he would always buy him some interesting toys. Wooden knights, rag dolls, building blocks, exquisite wreaths and hand-woven things, etc. He even bought various puppets that only professionals could manipulate. Later, his uncle died, and it was Mr. Crescent's turn to take care of him. The old man would get him some toys from time to time, and also made him some simple Armonite swords with tin and wood. There were a lot of these things accumulated, which were of no use to Renly, but he never threw them away, only occasionally giving one or two away when children of his same age came to play with him. Now these toys have accumulated into 2 large boxes, and the butler brought them to him when he left Storm's End. The servants of Meagher's Holdfast would come to his bedroom every day to clean, change the curtains, sheets, carpets, etc., but usually they would not pay any attention to Renly's toy boxes. In addition, these 2 boxes were also locked by Renly, and now the key was hanging around his neck with a bronze ring. So for Renly, there was no safer place for him to hide things than a toy box. The Nagaribs, brought from the Iron Islands, before had magical effects, and could attract schools of fish. Renly once regarded them as treasures, so he hid them in a box. When he found that the pocket dragon egg in his hand was a useless egg, he also planned to throw it in. However, after he did so, changes occurred. Inside the wooden box, when the golden pocket dragon egg touched a broken bone the length of a palm that he had hidden at the bottom of the toy gap, it suddenly trembled, as if it had come alive. At first, Renly thought that it might be his eyes that were dazzled, but when he couldn't help but take out both objects and touch them against each other, he found that the egg in his hand suddenly began to tremble again. What is this? He looked at the 2 objects in his hands in confusion, and experimented back and forth. There was no movement when the distance was far away, but as long as they touched each other, the egg and the bone would move inexplicably. That's right, not only the egg, but even the bone began to tremble, although it was very weak, but it could be clearly felt. However, this trembling only occurred when they first touched each other, and then no changes could be seen, even if they were pressed together. After observing for a long time, Renly looked confused. He repeated the experiment many times, and there was really no other situation. So after thinking about it, he simply wrapped the 2 objects in a white handkerchief with silver edges, and then carefully placed them at the bottom of the wooden box. He seemed a little absent-minded that day. After dinner, he couldn't wait to crawl under the bed and open the box to see what was new. But when he got up the next day and opened the box, he suddenly found that the egg that seemed to be wrapped in golden scales was now stained with some sparse bone-white particles. The bone next to it seemed to have become rounder. He had a vague guess. In the next few days, he kept an eye on the situation in the toy box, and then found that the bone-white particles on the egg were increasing day by day, and the broken rib was gradually rounded and smaller. Apart from that, there was no new change. However, Renly's expectation for this became stronger and stronger. He guessed that when the rib disappeared, the answer to the question of whether the egg would change might surface. Unfortunately, the tree wanted to be quiet, but the wind did not stop. Before he could really see the changes, another unexpected news suddenly came. The former bandits mentioned by the smugglers were suddenly surrounded by the gold cloaks of King's Landing, and a guy named Oswin was captured. When Renly heard the news, he was sitting on the balcony of his bedroom, gazing at the sea with many ships anchored outside the castle, and wondering whether the curse he had on him would take effect now. As a result, while he was daydreaming aimlessly, the servant led the brown-haired middle-aged man in. They followed the clues of a singer and tracked down the people of the Kingswood Brotherhood. After sending the servant away, Davos's first words made Renly look stunned, and then he stared at him and found that the former smuggler looked very serious at this time. I didn't hear any rumors, but the gold cloaks suddenly surrounded the hotel where the bandits stayed. Ben, who had a big belly, was killed on the spot, and a bandit named Oswin was seriously injured and captured. Only the White Deerwinder and her son lived in another room. After sensing the danger, they jumped out of the window and ran away. Did they go to find you? Renly asked. Yes. Davos frowned and nodded. I have hidden them in a safe place in Flea Bottom. The gold cloaks should not be able to find them. Despite this, neither the smuggler nor Renly felt much comfort at this time. After a moment of silence, Renly asked, will he betray you? This is the crux of the problem. White Deerwinder claimed that Oswin would never betray them. Davos said, but I have never seen him, and I can't be sure of his character. As he said this, he sighed bitterly. I acted carelessly, otherwise I would not have been targeted by those bandits. It's not your fault. Renly heard the words and said seriously, everything was done by me. In fact, I also want to do that, my lord. The other party shook his head. Lannister killed many of my friends. Renly did not speak again, but sat there with his head down and began to think of a way. Those guys who volunteered have now been captured, which means that the clues are likely to be traced back to Davos, which means danger. Although they can stir up trouble in King's Landing, it is only because they are in the dark and others have no way to start. If they are really caught with clues, they will be vulnerable. Renly is not worried about his own safety, because even if the person in front of him is caught and confesses the truth, it is hard for people to believe that a 5-year-old child is the mastermind of this matter. It's just that others are busy running around for him, but they are facing life danger on the contrary. If he does nothing, or even distances himself from it, he will be a piece of shit. His mind kept turning, and some information about the current situation in King's Landing flashed through his mind. A certain idea suddenly emerged, so the boy asked thoughtfully, do you think Lord Mace Tyrell of the Reach is a fool, Davos? I have to go out in the afternoon, so I will post this chapter in advance tonight. Chapter 64 The Taste of Disappearance. Do you think Lord Mace Tyrell of the Reach is a fool, Davos? The breeze was blowing outside the window, and the light on the balcony was bright and warm. The boy's words made Davos shake his head. I have never met the Lord of the Reach, sir. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect what we are going to do next. Davos was stunned when he heard this, and then he squatted down and listened attentively. Mace Tyrell has an unmarried younger sister. Renly, who was sitting on a small chair, said while sorting out his thoughts. She is about 11 or 12 years old. When he was at Storm's End, the old Maester had given him a detailed introduction to the Tyrell family in the besieged city. The old duke died early, and the new duke had 2 sisters, one married and the other unmarried. Renly had some impression of this, and now he was preparing to take advantage of this. She is a little younger, but it is not impossible. I don't know what she looks like, but she must be more beautiful than Cersei of the Lannister family. You can figure out what she looks like. So you want to? Davos vaguely guessed the boy's thoughts, but he was still a little uncertain. Renly stared at him without blinking and said, we should praise her and publicize how she is a perfect match for Robert and how she has been fertile since she was a child. Most importantly, how she admires my brother. I heard that when the Duke of Mace was hostile to us, he fell out with his family. Thinking about it, Renly suddenly had an idea, so he said, add one more thing, that she is very wild, like a she-wolf, and then he began to talk about what to do about this matter in detail. There are hundreds of lords and noble families in the 7 kingdoms, but there are only a few who are at the same level as Baratheon, who are worthy of the new king, and can be picked out to compete with the Westerlands. The Stark family is the most respected in the north. The current Duke Stark is Robert's good brother. The Lord of the Vale is the Arryn family. The Duke Arryn is Robert's adoptive father and a natural ally, and neither of them has a female family member who meets the requirements. The Tully family, the Lord of the Riverlands, is an ally, but a little inferior. Although there are also people in King's Landing, they are not strong enough and their daughters have all been married. No one from the two major families of Dawn and the Iron Islands came. The fiefdom of the Baratheon family is the Stormlands. After thinking about it, the only one who can make a move in the Seven Kingdoms is the newly surrendered Lord of the Reach, the Tyrell family. Although it is unlikely that they will really succeed in marrying Robert, Renly did not expect this. Now targeting the Tyrell family is mainly to attract attention to it and divert the trouble to others. Or, he thinks that, if he is lucky, maybe the Duke of the Reach, who is not sure whether he is stupid or not, is working on this matter at this time. After all, Cersei in the West is now in a shaky reputation due to rumors. It is a bad thing for the Lannister family, but it is a rare opportunity for some people. Overall, such a praise and a depreciation is like a series of conspiracies launched by someone who is unwilling to fail. If it can really coordinate with the possible actions of the Duke of the Reach, it will be even more misleading. This is a bit dishonorable. The more Davos listened, the more pressure he felt. Finally, he couldn't help but say, if it's really a little girl in her teens. This is a family matter, not a personal decision. Renly replied, it's all about the Duke of Mace wanting a queen for the family, to solve the decline caused by standing on the wrong side. What does it have to do with the little girl? It sounds strange, but it is indeed the truth. But the brown-haired middle-aged man is still hesitant about it. But if there is unrest because of this, won't we become sinners? This little thing can cause chaos. The Seven Kingdoms would have been in chaos long ago. So Davos gritted his teeth and nodded. Renly saw this and said, the effect may not be very good, and repeating it a second time will also be very risky, so we don't need to do it the same way as last time. You should focus on groups such as singers and bards. Ask them to compose new songs, and ask them to sing on the streets, in front of brothels, and anywhere else, as long as there are nobles. Our goal is to let Lannister and my eldest brother know about this. You don't have to do it yourself. You can hire beggars to help you contact, which may cost a lot of money, but there are many valuables and Migos hold fast. I can steal some. You should be able to cash them out. Will this cause trouble for you, my lord? Renly waved his hand. No, anyway, the secret passage issue has not been resolved yet, and it is normal for thieves to use secret passages to steal things. After discussing the details again, Davos bowed and left. Looking at his back, Renly sighed. I hope this will work. Thinking about it, he suddenly remembered that the Duke of Mace's younger sister seemed to have been engaged since childhood. Damn it. He secretly had a headache and felt that the development of these things was really inexplicable. It was just a gold coin. How could it turn out like this? How stupid must those bandits who came to give themselves up to him think of surrendering to a little brat like him? Renly didn't see Davos again for a while. Maybe he was very busy, or something bad happened. Anyway, he was in the Red Keep, with no news, and didn't overhear much useful information. So he had to stay near Migos Holdfast all day to practice musical instruments. When he got the profession, many memories of using musical instruments emerged, but knowing how to use them didn't mean he could use them. Although all the musical instruments that could be found were sent to him after he gave an order, his physical condition was really not good. He was short of breath when playing the flute and could only play intermittently. His skin was too tender, and his hands hurt when playing the harp, and tying cloth strips on his fingers was not very useful. Only the violin could be practiced normally, so that Migos Holdfast had bursts of shrill screams all day recently. It's hard to say whether this is Renly's lack of skills, or he is absent-minded because of something. The recent theft at Migos Holdfast has attracted some attention, but just as Renly expected, no one suspected that there was an insider, and no one thought that the real thief would be the future king's younger brother. At the same time, the fusion of the dragon egg and the broken bone is still continuing. It seems that the progress is slow, but it has never stopped. Renly observes these two things every day, and silently waits for good news that may come at any time, or bad news. But when the Duke of the North and his party returned, he couldn't stay still. Although he didn't want to find that kind of copy medium urgently, it was still necessary to investigate the situation. He didn't forget that there was a magical marshalander among the Northerners. So after hearing the news, he hurriedly left Migo's holdfast with his guards and walked towards the throne room. Because of this, he suddenly heard some movement about the rumor incident. Someone complimented my little sister on her beauty. Why should I stop them? Is my little sister ugly? An elegant accent of the river reach drifted from the corner of the square outside the throne room. At this time, Renly was approaching from the paved road behind him. He looked over unconsciously after hearing this. A familiar tall figure with brown hair came into view. He was well dressed and handsome, but his expression seemed a little dissatisfied. It's a good thing for a singer to take the initiative to praise her. Why do you ask me to stop it? The person talking to him was a middle-aged man wearing a cloak, a black woolen short robe and breeches. Now that his back was facing Renly, his face could not be seen, but his voice was still heard clearly by Renly with his sharp ears. This is a conspiracy, my Lord Duke. We must not be used by others. Conspiracy? Of course, I know it's a conspiracy, so we can find out who is using us, but why should we stop those singers? The Duke of the River Reach said with great interest. We should push for it. We are so passive in this situation now. But if my sister can become the queen, don't you understand what this means? That's impossible, my lord. And Miss Jenna is already engaged to the Fossaway family. Publicizing this matter would be tantamount to public humiliation. My younger sister is indeed engaged, but the marriage has not been consummated yet. Don't you know that the engagement can actually be cancelled? I have 3 sons. At most, I can let one of my sons marry a daughter of the Green Apple family. They will just happily cancel the engagement with us. What's the surprise? Think about it carefully. There is only one king. The voice did not continue, because Mace Tyrell noticed Renly and his party approaching. Of course, he did not think that his words had been overheard. Facing the black-haired boy, he smiled and raised his hand to greet him. Renly responded politely, and on the surface, he did not see what immoral things he had done before. But from the current point of view, it seems that the Duke of Mace seems to be enjoying it. The black-haired boy in a depression was slightly relieved, and when he walked into the throne room, he saw a figure he had been waiting for a long time. Stannis, who had not been seen for a long time, was standing in the gap between the pillars near the Iron Throne in the throne room, and the smuggler Davos, who was dressed in black cloth, stood behind him intact. After seeing Renly enter, he secretly made a reassuring gesture to the boy. Renly was completely relieved, and then looked at Eddard Stark, who was standing under the throne, and reporting something to Robert. When he saw him again, Renly found that he seemed to be a little tanned, and his cheeks became thinner, but his spine was still straight. Not far from him, Renly saw the target he really wanted to see. However, when his eyes swept over the short marshalander, a situation that had been ignored before suddenly emerged in his mind, making him look stunned. He did not smell the smell again. Thank you to Bookfriend Breathing Freely for the 600 reward. Thank you to Bookfriend Fish is not fish for the 500 reward. Thank you to Bookfriend Zime Union. Bookfriend October does not start a war and Bookfriend Ajli Mew for the 100 reward in addition. If you hadn't told me, I actually wouldn't have known that yesterday was Chinese Valentine's Day. Speaking of which, there were a lot more recommendation votes yesterday, and it seems that more people read novels on Chinese Valentine's Day. What's going on? Chapter 65. The storm calmed down. Bright sunshine poured in from the sky. Outside the window, many white catkins were fluttering with the sea breeze blowing from the castle, like countless dandelions dancing, and like the familiar summer snow slowly falling in my hometown. However, these were just some poplar seeds blown out by the wind in the Red Castle's Godwood forest. They looked like or not, but they were not the same thing after all. Standing in front of the window and watching all this silently, Eddard Stark had a blank expression on his face, but his grey eyes were full of complex emotions, expectations, melancholy, and a trace of unconcealed sadness. The last time I came to King's Landing, there were traces of war everywhere, but now I see a brand new kingdom. His voice was depressed and low, but it was enough for people to hear clearly. In the room behind him, the short marshalander was sitting on a chair and silently wiping a dagger with an oilcloth. Hearing this, he replied, "Everything is changing, my lord, including this castle." "Yes, including this castle," Eddard murmured, and suddenly laughed. When Benjen was a kid, he made a bet with me about which castle in the Seven Kingdoms was the strongest. I said it was Renly in the Riverlands, but he kept claiming it was the Red Keep, because that's where the king lives. Then your brother might be disappointed now. The Crannogman said meaningfully, the Red Keep is probably the most dangerous one in the Seven Kingdoms. He won't be disappointed, because he changed his mind later. Eddard said, he said that the Black Castle under the wall is the strongest. You know, Howland, there's not even a wall over the Black Castle. How can it be called strong? After that, he shook his head. He said he would become a Night's Watchman when we go back. The words didn't sound unusual, but the Duke of the North was obviously still immersed in the grief of his younger sister's death. The Crannogman also sighed sadly after hearing this, and then forced a smile to change the subject. They all say that the Tyrells want to have a queen. The Crannogman was talking about the gossip that had been circulating in the noble circles of King's Landing recently. In order to make his sister the queen, Mace Tyrell, the Duke of the Reach, bribed some low-class people in King's Landing to spread rumors about the Lannister family in the West, and then hired singers to flatter his own sister. The main reason was to replace the Lannister family, who might become royal relatives, to make up for the disadvantages caused by the loss of the war. It is said that the Lannisters and the Tyrells had a dispute because of this, but the Marshlanders had just returned a few days ago, and he was not able to see it with his own eyes, which made him regretful. Mace Tyrell stood on the Targaryen side in the war, and his bannerman Randall Tully also made Robert suffer. Eddard heard this and said, but if I were asked to choose, I would choose a woman from the Tyrell family as my wife, not a Lannister. This seemed to have a deep meaning, so the Crannogman asked thoughtfully, has Lord Robert made his choice? The new king will be crowned in 3 days, and the news that King Robert is about to marry a Lannister woman as queen will spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Eddard said in a complicated tone, in fact, Lord Tywin has written to Casterly Rock to summon his daughter, which means that we will have to attend a wedding soon. When he said this, his eyes were fixed on the world outside the castle without blinking, and his voice was undisguised. I'm tired, Howland. We will return to the north after Robert's wedding is over. The Crannogman nodded silently, and then the room fell into silence. Until the man at the window suddenly thought of something, turned his head to look at his subordinate, and subconsciously lowered his voice. Is the child okay? She has stopped crying recently. The new wet nurse is very experienced, and takes good care of the child. The swamp man replied, my lord, I suggest we take her with us when we go back. Then we have to make sure she has enough milk. Thinking of the size of the wet nurse, Eddard was a little worried. We must be careful about this matter. It will be difficult for us to find another wet nurse on the road. So, there is nothing for us to do now? A crisp voice sounded from the balcony of the room in Meaga's tower. A boy in exquisite black leather clothes was sitting on a carved chair and asking the brown-haired middle-aged man sitting opposite. The sun was strong outside the window. The golden crown stag emblem on the boy's chest was shining brightly. The silver inlaid deer eyes also flashed as the boy's upper body swayed slightly. He wore loose brown trousers on his lower body and was barefoot without shoes, dressed like a home. A fluffy black cat was lying under the round table in front of him, rolling over and over as the little master's feet slowly trampled on it, like a toy, but it didn't seem to be impatient at all. Instead it squinted its eyes and purred, looking like it was enjoying itself. Davos, who was sitting opposite, was drinking a sip of barley tea, looking like he had just finished speaking, and nodded after hearing this. The Lion family has given up the investigation. The Rose family is still investigating, but they are short of manpower in King's Landing, and pose no threat to us. Renly nodded after hearing this, feeling quite amused. He had remembered one thing wrong before, that is, the sister of Lord Tyrell was already engaged. He was a little nervous about this, but he didn't know if he was really stupid or had some confidence. The Duke of Mace of the Tyrell family actually planned to run over to compete for the position of queen, completely ignoring the previous engagement and the possible impact of this matter. With this, everyone's suspicion disappeared, and instead it was clearly determined that the rumors some time ago were the work of the Tyrell family. So the anger of the Lannisters was successfully directed to the Reach, and perhaps as some people claimed, the captured bandit did not betray them, and no one caused trouble for Davos. In short, under various circumstances, on the 4th day after the return of the Northerners, that is, now, the matter was basically declared over, because Robert had made a decision in public. Renly felt a little sorry about this, because the Duke's bid for the throne had failed, and the dirty water he had taken the trouble to throw, was swallowed by his cheap elder brother without a drop left, which means that Cersei, who smiled fakely all day in his memory, will still become the future queen. But Renly was not too depressed about this. He didn't believe that there was such a rumor, that Cersei dared to do something with Robert's brother behind his back, and he didn't believe that, if his sister-in-law really gave birth to a golden-haired son, Robert would foolishly think it was his own. Thinking of this, Renly suddenly asked, "Where is the white deer Wender? What did she say?" He was asking about the remaining one of the stupid bandits a while ago, who had been secretly hidden by Davos. She originally wanted to rescue her companions, but the captured bandits had been beheaded. She had nowhere to go, so she planned to take her son back to the royal forest. Davos said, and couldn't help but say, "She is a talent, sir. Maybe you can really use her." For what? Renly was surprised to hear this. The man in front of him seemed to be very optimistic about the female bandit. Running errands, doing things, being a maid, anything is fine. It would be a pity to send her back to raise pigs. The former smuggler said admiringly, "And she can read. Learn." Renly paused with his shaking feet, thought for a while, and asked, "Is she reliable?" "I believe she is reliable, because the facts have been proven," Davos replied. "Then is she familiar with the nobles from all over the 7 kingdoms?" "She used to make a living by kidnapping nobles," Davos replied. "Kidnap?" Hearing this, the boy's mind flashed the image of the marshalander unconsciously, so he narrowed his eyes. "I will write a note later, and you can give it to her for me. If she can help me do this, then I can take her son as a servant. If I become a lord in the future, I can also consider training him to be a knight, and she herself can." As he said this, he suddenly frowned, then lowered his head to look under the table in front of him. The black cat was lying there, and biting his heel with its sharp teeth, and then faced Renly's gaze, and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Are you a cat, a human or a dog?" Renly was very curious about the true situation of this cat, but he had studied this cat for a while before, but he didn't figure it out, and now he was too lazy to think about it, so after rolling his eyes at it, he started to trample this clingy cat with his feet again. "You can come to be my maid, or a female guard or something." The black-haired boy withdrew his gaze, and added what he was about to say, "If she is willing." Davos nodded, chatted with the boy for some daily conversation, and finally left the room with the parchment scroll full of words. However, he had just left Meagher's hold fast, when he suddenly saw Stannis staring at him quietly in a corridor. "How many times have you come to see Renly?" the other party asked. "Thank you for the 2000 reward from the arrogant and funny book friend. Thank you for the 1000 reward from the Phantom Z-Wing book friend. And thank you for the 100 reward from the breathing and the dong dong gun dong book friend." Chapter 66 The Egg Broken. "How many times have you come to see Renly?" Although the word coming from the front sounded plain and emotionless, the person concerned felt nervous. "My lord." The former smuggler paused for a moment, then lowered his head and said, "I was just telling Lord Renly about things outside. He is very curious about King's Landing, and likes to hear about some customs and interesting stories in the streets and alleys." As he spoke, Davos felt quite ashamed. He swore allegiance to Stannis, and his current status and position were also thanks to him, but now he was lying to him. However, he had to say this, because the matter involved very complicated things. Since he had agreed to do it, it was difficult for him to tell the truth. It sounded like there was nothing wrong with this, but the other party was very keen to notice the abnormality in Davos' words. "Lord Renly, more than 10 years of smuggling have made you so respectful to a child? Or is my onion knight a very polite person?" This made Davos feel bad, but his smuggling career brought him more than just rich experience in ship operation, so he lowered his head and responded, "It's just because the boy always calls me sir, so I call him sir. I mean, when we were at Storm's End, Lord Stannis, before you made me a knight, he called me that." After saying that, seeing that the other party was still looking at him quietly, the brown-haired middle-aged man added carefully, At the beginning, I said that I was not a knight and could not be called sir, and the child said that he was not an lord either, and then we called each other like this, privately, and we are used to it. Is that so?" The other party nodded slowly after hearing this, looked at him for a few times, and suddenly said, "He has been very strange since he was a child." The brown-haired middle-aged man was stunned after hearing this, but the other party did not pay attention to his expression, squinting his eyes, as if immersed in the memories of the past. After his parents were shipwrecked, I thought he had no idea what happened. After all, he was just a baby less than a year old, but the fact was completely the opposite of what I thought. After the storm, many servants cried like us, and my uncle also hid in his room to wipe his tears, but who would be truly sad? Those servants were busy with the succession ceremony of the new duke in a few days, and had completely forgotten the old duke. My uncle also always talked to Robert about this and that. Cresson kept writing letters to inform the Seven Kingdoms of the birth of the young duke, as if this was a happy event. As he spoke, his blue eyes focused and looked at the brown-haired middle-aged man in front of him again. I observed everyone in the castle, and it seemed that only the baby who was less than a year old was still sad for the death of his parents. Later, I always thought it was my illusion. After all, he was too young at the time. What could he understand? These words made Davos hesitate whether to respond, but the other party did not intend to hear any answer. After thinking silently for a moment, he suddenly smiled. "He likes to hear it, so you should talk to him more." He shook his head and turned away. Looking at the other person's back, Davos breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a little strange in his heart. Did this lord really not notice anything, or was he pretending not to see it? Renly obviously didn't expect that he was targeted when he was a cradle, and it was the cheap second brother who was as smelly and hard as a stone in the toilet in his eyes. At this time, he was thinking about other problems. The secret passage and the rumors about the queen. These two things are basically over, but new problems have emerged, that is, the Marshlander and his dagger. The Marshlander has a dagger on him, which is the medium that allows him to enter the historical copy. At first, when he found that he could not smell that smell, he thought that the Marshlander did not bring it with him. However, after careful observation, Renly found that the truth was not so. The dagger was still intact in the leather sheath on the other side of the waist, because there was a mark of a fishbeam wood leaf on the wooden handle of the dagger. Renly could recognize it. However, the question is, why did the smell on the dagger disappear? This discovery forced him to pay attention. Why? Is it because the dagger is just a fake dagger with the same logo? Is the real dagger somewhere else? Or has something inside disappeared? Or is the problem with himself? All kinds of doubts lingered in his heart, but it was useless to think about it blindly, so Renly planned to complete the task that he had not completed at Storm's End, to get this dagger. Unfortunately, the Marshlanders did not live in the Red Keep, and they never met again after meeting once. There were many people in the Red Keep, and Renly could not follow them and then launch a sneak attack by himself, so he could only borrow someone else's hand. He was not sure if this could be done, but for now, he had to do it this way. At this time, he even needed to find an excuse to leave Migo's hold fast, let alone run to the city outside the castle. So Renly could only wait silently. Robert will be crowned in 3 days, but that has nothing to do with him. He just needs to be responsible for watching and being a decoration. He may be asked to be a best boy at the wedding in a while, but Renly doesn't think it's a big deal. However, he doesn't plan to continue to be lazy. The situation of the Marshlanders has changed his mentality, so Renly decided to find an opportunity to leave the Red Keep and go to the hill to get another medium, if that one also loses its smell. In addition, there is only the egg left. Thinking of this, Renly rubbed the cat's feet on the balcony, then slid off the chair, walked to the feather bed not far away and crawled in. The black cat followed, but was pushed away by Renly. He then used the key hanging on his neck to unlock the heavy wooden box in front of him, and then turned it over to look. At this time, the thing wrapped in a handkerchief was hidden in the gap between a pile of wood and cloth toys. Renly fished it out and turned it over to look, and a thumb-sized broken bone and a strange egg came into view. The broken bone was much smaller than before, and the egg was no longer the same as before. Now it looked like a fine work of art, with a smooth and natural oval surface, and the whole egg was covered with brilliant golden pale grey, as if it was dotted with 2 gorgeous diamonds. It was obvious at a glance that it was worth a lot of money, but apart from the changes in appearance, Renly did not see anything else happen. Is it possible that nothing else will happen? He thought to himself, and shook his head. In any case, it was better to have changes than not to have changes. If nothing happened, he would have just left the egg in the corner to gather dust, but now, at least it looks more valuable. Thinking so, he weighed the egg in his hand, considering that if he was poor in the future, he could sell it and get a lot of money. However, just as he did this, something strange happened. But after using a little force, this usually harmless behavior suddenly made the egg make a crackling sound. Before Renly could react, a message suddenly appeared. You have discovered the source of abundant life. After consuming it, your body will undergo some deep and mysterious changes. Thank you to bookfriend 201804051230179775 for the 500 reward. Thank you to bookfriend Kwehasheng for the 200 reward. Thank you to bookfriend Xianatang 246, bookfriend Nayipian Singh, bookfriend WoWESENMOLRMOMeng and bookfriend 2017092715161425 for the 100 reward. Chapter 67, Coronation and Sleep. What is the difference between the taste of dragon eggs and chicken eggs? Renly felt that there was no strange difference. They were both so sticky and smelled fishy, but there was a special spicy feeling. After swallowing, they still lingered in the mouth for a long time. At the same time, even when his fingers accidentally touched a little juice, he felt the same way. It reminded him of the burning pain when he cut peppers in his previous life. Of course, if you consider the color of the egg white and yolk of the dragon egg, it can be clearly distinguished from the chicken egg. It was not a normal sticky translucent liquid, but a bright red with a hint of gold. After thinking for a long time, Renly couldn't think of an appropriate word to describe it. It didn't seem right to say rose gold, and it was really unreliable to say dark gold. So from these thoughts, it can be seen that he is actually very idle now, and he didn't upgrade on the spot or open up the Renandu meridians after eating the treasures of heaven and earth. Of course, it can be seen that after the message, or after the egg suddenly cracked, he really ate the egg, although he was repeatedly entangled and hesitant in the process. After all, the message hinted that some source of life had been discovered, but it did not specify what kind of changes would happen after eating it. Obvious or hidden? Good or bad? Will scales grow on the body? After swallowing the egg raw, Renly was still very nervous about it. After eating it, he did not feel anything other than spicy. Even though the spicy taste went straight to the stomach, it was not serious, but slightly, as if countless small insects were biting him lightly in his body. After waiting for a long time, nothing special happened, and even the hint did not appear again. After standing by the bed and smacking his lips, Renly looked down at the empty gorgeous eggshell in his hand, wondering if it was because he did not eat the eggshell together that there was no effect. So he broke off a crystal clear dragon shell fragment and put it into his mouth and chewed it slowly. The shell of the dragon egg was crunchy and no longer had the hardness that could not be broken even with a hammer. However, it tasted like a mixture of durian and stinky tofu. It was not the smell, but the taste, with a slight smell of corruption and a hint of unbearable sourness. After swallowing a mouthful, his face wrinkled into a ball, and he couldn't bear the second mouthful anymore and spit it out. Forget it, nothing happened. Who knows if I will have diarrhea after eating it. Thinking of this, he felt that it seemed a bit of a waste not to eat it. After all, he remembered correctly that eggshells were nutritious. Some oviparous animals seemed to be eaten by the shells when they were just born. So after thinking about it, he wrapped the eggshell with the original handkerchief and put it back in his trash can. Nothing unexpected happened afterwards, except for the fact that he choked during dinner, which caused several servants to run up and knock on his head in surprise. Everything went on as usual. Renly lit a candle and stayed up all night in his room. He didn't feel anything special, not even a stomach ache. So he fell asleep with regret. That night he had a dream. He dreamed that a giant dragon covered with scales like molten gold was looking down at him from the depths of the den hall surrounded by mist. The dragon's head was hideous but handsome, and its pair of crimson eyes were like two bleeding wounds, brightly reflecting the appearance of the short boy below looking up. The dragon then opened its mouth, and the surging blue flames immediately rushed over and completely swallowed the boy. As a result, his outer skin withered and turned black, and eventually fell off like old wolfskin. His inner muscles followed suit, and then his blood and internal organs. However, at this moment, Renly did not feel any pain at all. Instead, he felt a kind of bone-chilling coldness. The blue breath that rushed towards him and completely engulfed him seemed not to be fire, but the sea. The endless sea. The next day, Renly woke up and recalled what happened in his dream. He just remembered that the dream seemed unusual. Then, at night, this familiar dream came again. The next day was still the same, but there was no special situation. The change occurred on the third day, which was the day of King Robert's coronation. The coronation of a new king requires a very tedious process, including applying holy oil, reciting oaths, and a ceremony personally held by a very fat archbishop and several other archbishops in the Cathedral of St. Bela in King's Landing. The solemn, sacred, and special atmosphere brought by the ceremony made the vast hall full of people very quiet, and only the archbishop's low voice could be heard clearly. At this time, hundreds of well-dressed nobles were watching the ceremony, standing quietly between the long pillars on both sides of the church, looking at the black-haired young man half kneeling on the ground in the center and the archbishop in front of him. Tywin Lannister, Jon Arryn, Hoster Tully, Eddard Stark, the dukes and lords of the Seven Kingdoms, who were rarely seen at ordinary times, were now all gathered together, followed by their subordinates, the lesser lords and nobles, and the lesser nobles and knights behind the lesser nobles were countless. As the younger brother of the new king, Renly naturally could not be absent from this special occasion. He even stood not far from the archbishop, standing with his second brother Stannis, so he could clearly see the tense facial expression of his cheap elder brother at this moment, and the spit that splashed unconsciously from the fat archbishop's muttering. The oath of the ceremony was long and tedious, but it was finally finished. Then the fat high bishop dragged the golden crown inlaid with rubies and black diamonds with both hands and slowly placed it on Robert's head, announcing that he should stand up in the name of Robert I of the Baratheon family, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. The young king stood up, and the ceremony ended. Countless bells rang out at the same time outside, and the sound spread throughout the city. Amid the cheers, the ministers knelt on one knee, including Renly, but he looked dazed at the moment, as if the countless people around him were emitting double images. He shook his head and the feeling disappeared, so Renly thought that he might have a little low blood pressure. Next, the king led the team to patrol the entire King's Landing. All the lords and nobles present followed. The mighty team formed a long snake and gathered from the square in front of the cathedral. Suddenly, it looked like a large army was dispatched. Most people in the team rode horses, but there were also carriages. As a child, Renly was in a carriage, so no one noticed that the boy looked listless. His eyelids opened and closed, and he was drowsy, and finally fell into a coma. It had just rained heavily last night, and now the sky was clear, but the ground was quite muddy. Under the bright sunshine, the gorgeous carriage with wheels and bearings rubbing against each other followed a large number of knights, moving slowly along the dirty roads of King's Landing. There were golden cloaked guards on both sides to maintain order, and a group of civilians were watching outside. The cheers around never stopped, accompanied by a large number of colorful flowers being thrown down. The heroic King Robert rode at the front, feeling the upward gazes from all directions, and finally showed a heroic smile on his face that had not been shown recently. The dukes following behind him were all dressed in gorgeous clothes, and the horses under them were also dressed in gold and silver, making it difficult for people to ignore them. In this situation, no one would care about the carriage dotted in the team, and no one would notice that when the wheels of the carriage rolled over, some turbid sewage inexplicably gathered slowly on the muddy brick paved ground, but suddenly dispersed after the carriage left. Thank you to the book friend Standen who loves to eat. The book friend Big Fat Rat is my book friend. In the book friend we land for the 100 rewards. Chapter 68, Conquest Year 284. The bachelors later recorded mostly the same words. such as the new king's outstanding demeanor, the elegant and aristocratic demeanor of the lords, etc. But in fact, many things happened on the day of King Robert's coronation. First, when the team passed by Flea Bottom, someone threw a pile of fesses from the height of 3 floors, which directly hit the back of Duke Tywin, who was in the front of the team, and wearing gorgeous armor. The scarlet cloak embroidered with a proud lion was immediately contaminated, and unbearable to look at. Then some of the splashed liquid even rebounded to the face of a brother behind him. There was an uproar around, and the angry roar attracted the attention of the whole team. At the same time, someone among the onlookers on both sides made a long beast cry, and the sound was intermittent and aroused people's reverie, as if satirizing something. The always steady Duke Tywin was gloomy by this series of situations, while the new King Robert was furious and loudly ordered a strict investigation of the people nearby to find out who was disrupting his coronation ceremony. After a commotion, several people were arrested, but they could not determine who was the real culprit, which also delayed the journey. After a while, the team continued on the road, but not long after, a disheveled woman hurried over and began to shout a name outside the blockade of the Golden Cloaks. So a short man following the Duke of the North rode his horse to approach, but soon he ran back with a changed face and said something, then left the team and left in a panic. Eddard Stark did not leave with him, but this iron brother of Robert seemed very absent-minded during the rest of the journey. Later, the team also encountered a sloppy drunkard who was urinating on the street, and an old beggar who was not mentally normal ran up and begged loudly. Several prostitutes hid behind the windows of the wooden buildings on both sides, exposing their breasts and seducing the knights passing by on the street below. As a result, they were seen by Stain, who was in a bad mood because of the previous incident. So he went to find the commander of the Capitol Guard who was responsible for the security of King's Landing on the spot and sternly demanded that this unruly troublemaking brothel be closed. However, all this barely affected the overall itinerary of the team. After a whole afternoon of smooth patrol, the team began to return to the Red Castle, and the coronation ceremony was completely over. A grand dinner followed. The butler had already started to prepare for this banquet several days ago. In the next 2 days, King's Landing would hold a tournament to celebrate the coronation of the new king. Therefore, a group of knights were sharpening their fists and talking loudly with the people around them, vowing to have a good time at the banquet and the tournament. Then someone discovered that the king's younger brother Renly had been unconscious in the carriage for an unknown period of time. His body was cold and his face was pale. He looked as if he was seriously ill. After another round of chaos, the seriously ill boy was sent back to Meagher's tower, followed by Grand Maester Purcell. The banquet in the Red Keep was not affected by this and was still held as usual, but a gust of wind that night suppressed the excitement of the banquet to the lowest point. The wind outside was howling, and although the banquet inside was quite noisy, it also seriously affected the atmosphere. The heavy rain that came not long after made the banquet fall into a trough. The heavy rain came violently, and the lords and nobles in the core of the hall were not affected at all. They still ate and laughed as usual, but the open-air seats outside and some small nobles near the edge of the hall were drenched by the heavy rain. When the banquet ended, the ambition of some groups to eat a big meal had long been thrown behind their minds, and they turned to worry about whether they would catch a cold. Not to mention, a few people really caught a bad cold afterwards. The rainstorm continued on the second day. The roars in the gloomy sky sounded one after another. The rain washed the stone brick surface with a rustling sound, but it became a continuous crackling when poured on the muddy road. This rain seriously affected the martial arts competition that was scheduled to be held later, and it also suppressed the grand atmosphere that should have been there for the coronation of the new king to the lowest point. The only thing worth affirming is that the air in King's Landing became much clearer because of the rainstorm, and it was not as smelly as before. This seemed to silently imply that this new dynasty might face some storms in the future. It was as if the gods in the sky felt the establishment of the Baratheon dynasty and took the initiative to send down rain to help wash away the dirty silt that once existed in the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. In short, there are all kinds of gossips in the streets, just look at which side you sit on. At this time, the year 283 of the conquest calendar has entered the dust of history. It was 284 after the coronation of the new king. There seemed to be a storm in the sea east of King's Landing, and even the rain continued for several days. Afterwards, Grand Maester Purcell claimed that the storm in the narrow sea in the east might be the biggest storm in the history of Westeros. So another related rumor began to spread: the Storm King usurped the throne and became king, which would inevitably bring endless storms and rainstorms to the Seven Kingdoms. However, the sky was clear for more than 10 days after the storm, and this voice gradually disappeared. King Robert took office, and the Seven Kingdoms had to deal with everything that needed to be rebuilt. All previous promises or decisions now needed to be truly implemented. Territory allocation, courtier adjustment, recruitment, and dispatch of tax collectors from all over the country. Many of the nobles who had gathered in the capital dispersed after the rainstorm stopped and went back to their homes, but there were still people from each family staying in King's Landing, because King Robert would marry Cersei, the daughter of Duke Tywin of the West, in the near future. The wedding would be very lively and could not be absent. In the busy situation in the Red Castle, Varys, the chief intelligence officer, handed over a message. In the storm, the royal fleet of the former royal family Targaryen gathered on Dragonstone Island suffered heavy damage and is no longer a concern. Now the garrison of Dragonstone Island is ready to surrender to the new Baratheon dynasty and sincerely hopes that the royal army will rush to accept them as soon as possible. So the fleet, which has not yet been fully formed, headed towards Dragonstone Island under the leadership of Stannis Baratheon. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the island, the Targaryen on the island was already empty. This incident made King Robert, who was full of hatred for the remnants of the evil dragon, very angry. He even reprimanded his second brother Stannis for his poor work, and the new Prime Minister Jon Arryn, who was watching from the side, also had doubts about this. A while ago, although the rumor was basically determined to be the unwilling mentality of the Duke of Mace in the Riverlands, the confession provided by the captives they captured was actually not the case. Instead, he mentioned another name, and this name is obviously related to the current heir to the kingdom in front of him. The prisoner died in prison that night after he gave his name. There were not many clues, and the Tyrell family took the initiative to stand up. In contrast, Lord John was more likely to believe that everything was the work of the Tyrell family, rather than the heir to the kingdom, Stannis. But despite this, a certain suspicion still remained in his heart, which would always emerge every now and then, making him ponder. The change of dynasties still seemed to be unable to escape the corruption of power. Under the vitality, there were still undercurrents. I wonder where this troubled Westeros continent will lead. However, something happened that diluted some of the atmosphere in the castle. After sleeping for more than half a month, King Robert's younger brother Renly finally woke up. Thank you to bookfriend 5,555,556, bookfriend free and easy drifting, bookfriend the day I wake up, and bookfriend 2018062120143029 for the 500 reward. Thank you to bookfriend Herabeffi for the 200 reward. Thank you to bookfriend How About No Electronic Music and bookfriend Leona Wenyesuo for the 100 reward. In addition, the next chapter will be updated earlier. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Curse of Embers. Complex dreams continued, sometimes struggling and drowning in the turbulent sea, and sometimes being engulfed by the flames of a ferocious dragon. The fierce storm tortured the tiny figure on the surface of the sea, and the dragon's fire burned him into a pile of dust. In addition, sea monsters, swimming fish, thunder, rainstorms, countless scenes came and went, like the tides, repeating and entangled. Immersed in various dreams, Renly's thoughts could not help but drift. His thoughts were scattered, and could not be condensed, and he was at a loss, whether he was awake or dreaming. At first, this situation continued to be very serious, but then it gradually subsided. The storm slowly dissipated, the dragon spread its wings and flew away, and finally all the dreams turned into bubbles and dissipated. Renly only felt a darkness emerging, and then the scattered thoughts gradually condensed into shape. His senses were also restored. The surroundings were very quiet, but his sensitive ears could hear a series of trivial noises, including the chirping of birds, the sound of people talking, the sound of mops rubbing against the ground, and naturally the sound of people's footsteps. He had no strength in his body, and his dry lips made him lick them with his tongue. A sour and bitter taste was thus felt in his mouth. The taste was familiar, as if it was the residue of some kind of medicine. He slowly opened his eyes, and the familiar ceiling and exquisite bed curtains allowed him to quickly confirm that this was his room. He turned his head slightly and looked around. There was no one here except himself. However, he saw a few shriveled grey-black leeches lying motionlessly on the silver tray on the bedside table, which made Renly, who had just woken up, startled, and his mind immediately became much clearer. He then raised his arm and found that there were indeed some abnormal red and swollen marks on it, but at this time Renly did not pay much attention to this situation, but stared at his skinny arm in a daze. The child's arms were thin to begin with, and the one in front of him, though not skin and bones, looked very thin, totally different from the chubby one he had eaten before. How long has it been? The boy, who was deeply trapped in the feather bed, couldn't help but think of this question. Renly didn't quite remember what happened before he fell asleep. He only remembered that it was the day when his cheap brother was crowned, and then he fell asleep in a daze, and then he had a series of dreams. But now thinking back, those dreams were hazy, and he couldn't remember them. He felt like he had only slept for one night, but it didn't seem to be the case. Why did this happen? Renly immediately thought of the dragon egg he had eaten before, which had no reaction at first. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, then barely stood up, and leaned against the head of the bed. His eyes then looked at the silver-plated round mirror embedded in the wall opposite the bed. A pale and skinny young face came into view, looking much more haggard than normal, with hair much longer, bangs clinging to forehead due to sweat stains, looking wilted. Renly found that his hair seemed to be darker than before, and the color of his eyes was a little different, but the information that emerged immediately made him temporarily abandon these concerns and focus on the attribute bar on the mirror. Racial level, LV2, profession, bard, professional level, beginner, professional characteristics, music sensitivity, knowledge, heraldry LV7, swimming LV7, archery LV5, knowledge, poison making LV5, dagger mastery LV5, fishing LV2, horse riding LV2, derived characteristics, psychic emblem, Valyrian blood, mutation, curse of embers. The racial level became 2, and swimming inexplicably increased by 1 level. There was no change in the others, but the last characteristic made him frown. 2 more, and to less. No, since swimming has reached level 7, it should have derived a characteristic, which means 3 are missing. Thinking about it, his eyes focused on the replaced characteristic. Originally, this was just a subconscious behavior of Renly, but he didn't expect it to have a new change. After focusing his eyes, he saw the original foggy information on the round mirror slowly fade away, and a new line of text reappeared. Valyrian blood, mutation. The weak Valyrian blood in your body has merged the power of the curse and the derived characteristics. Your physique has been enhanced. You have some mysterious qualities that come with your blood. You have the ability to survive in the underwater world and illusion mimicry, but it will bring some unnecessary troubles. This sudden explanatory text made Renly stunned for a while, and then he couldn't help but look at another one. Curse of Embers. You have a remnant of some curse power hidden in you, which makes you immune to most curse effects, but when you are in the sea, you have a small chance of triggering a storm. Blood awakening, fusion, mutation. Although these things are a bit strange, Renly can still understand them, but the appearance of the curse makes him frown unconsciously. When he was in the dungeon, the strange storm had long made him suspicious, but there was no clue. Now it seems that the storm was obviously not triggered by accident or unintentionally. It was a curse. But the question is, who cursed him? Or, what is it? He was alert in his heart, but before he could think carefully, he suddenly heard a trivial sound in his ears. He looked down and saw a black cat walking out from under the bed in small steps. At first, it didn't realize that someone was looking at it on the bed. It stretched on the light green carpet and yawned, then sat there and began to lick its fleshy front paws. As it was licking, its movement suddenly stopped, and then it slowly turned its head to look at the head of the bed. The loud and sharp cat cry seemed to be frightened by something, but it also seemed that a cat was expressing joy. With a burst of noise, the guards outside the door hurriedly pushed the door open, and then excited shouts immediately rang out from inside and outside the room. Quick, quick, Master Renly is awake. The awakening of the king's younger brother caused a stir in the busy Red Castle. The patient regained consciousness, Grand Maester Purcell hurried over to check his body, and the servants were busy preparing food and nutritional supplements. The atmosphere of joy and relaxation therefore spread in a small circle. Soon after, Renly's two cheap brothers came one after another, and stayed with him for a long time. The new king had a generous smile on his face, and his sincere laughter and joyful eyes made people feel more favorable, but Renly could still see a trace of irritability in his eyebrows. Although the expression on the face of the second brother Stannis was the same as always, he could also feel some depression and a slightly tired look. At first, Renly was still wondering what happened to these two people. Later, he heard the servants' discussion and found out what happened. The remaining Targaryens on Dragonstone escaped the pursuit of Baratheon, but now disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where they ran to. The disappeared included the queen of the former Mad King, Rhaegar Targaryen, the queen's youngest son, Viserys Targaryen, and a newborn baby girl whose name was not yet known. Their disappearance is tantamount to a time bomb for the new and ill-gotten kingdom. It is no wonder that Robert is troubled by this, but it has another meaning for Renly. I don't know what the dragon mother looks like. The black-haired boy thought about it. It won't be a weird eyebrow. This possibility seems unlikely, because the person he met looks completely different from the one in the show he watched, which is normal. It would be strange if they looked the same. But for now, Renly didn't have much time to think about the future mother of dragons, who would have a long list of titles, because he was not in a very good state at the moment. He seemed to be skinny and weak like an old man, without the energy and spirit that a child should have. When he just woke up, Renly couldn't even get out of bed normally. After a few days, his body gradually recovered, and he was finally able to walk on the ground. This made him feel quite complicated. It stands to reason that upgrading is a good thing, but it is not very comfortable to have such a special state of feeling that the body is hollowed out. However, as his body gradually recovered, he slowly felt the changes that had taken place in himself. His strength was much greater than before, his mind seemed to be clearer, his memory was enhanced to a certain extent, and even his skin got rid of the fragility of a child. Although it still looked white and tender, it had a kind of flexibility, improvement in all aspects. He understood. The Valyrian bloodline that emerged was different from what he knew. It seemed to combine his two previous marine characteristics and a so-called illusion mimicry ability. Unfortunately, Renly did not have the opportunity to jump into the sea to test it, and he did not know the specific situation. However, he tried it once, when he washed his face. The feeling of coldness still existed, but the stimulation of the coldness seemed to have been reduced. He spent some time recuperating in Meagher's tower. Everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him for the time being. However, when he was walking in the courtyard, the brown-haired middle-aged Davos came to him and told him something. The White Deer Wender said that she had completed the task you asked her to do, and asked me to find out when you are free to see her. Wender? Renly was unfamiliar with the name at first, but then he remembered that it was the female bandit who defected to him, and then he remembered what he had said before he fainted about the cranberry man and the dagger. So he said to Davos, I can see her tomorrow. Thank you Xyanatang 246 book friend, and I'm a water friend book friend for the 100 reward. Chapter 70, Swartman's Dagger. White Deer Wender had always been curious about the child who had casually given her son a gold dragon without asking for anything in return. Was he the naughty child that was common in aristocratic families? Or a fat boy who was extravagant? Or a kind-hearted and weak boy? Every time she picked up the gold dragon, she would think of this question, and when her companions discussed and decided to give up their ordinary lives in the royal forest and go to the boy, she would always think about it. Now she finally met the person in question, and it felt a little strange. The black velvet coat with silver edges was a little loose to wear, and the same was true for the pants. The boy looked very thin on him. The crown stag emblem woven with gold thread and black silk on his chest shone brightly in the sunlight outside the window. His face was pale and looked a little weak, as if he had just had a serious illness. I heard that it was true. At first glance, he seemed to be a frail boy, with nothing special, except his black hair, that made people want to play with it. However, when the boy's beautiful blue eyes looked at her, this impression changed completely. They were a pair of calm and scrutinizing eyes, giving her a feeling that was completely different from the boy's age, but at this time she was more concerned about the color of these eyes, a stunning ice blue color, magnificent, deep, but not indifferent, but rather a strange attraction. When she was stared at, she felt as comfortable as being blown by a cool sea breeze on a hot summer day. "How did you do it?" The slightly hoarse voice of the child interrupted the woman's amazement, so she gathered her thoughts and replied, "I observed him for a few days, and found that he didn't bring any soldiers with him. He only brought a baby and a wet nurse, to live in an inn in the city." She paused and saw that the boy was listening attentively. Then she said, "He was not there on the day King Robert patrolled the city, so I took the opportunity to climb in through the window and secretly took the child away." At first, Wenda was afraid that the child in front of her could not understand what she was saying, so she spoke very slowly, but seeing that the other party was listening calmly, she spoke more quickly unconsciously. "I left him a note, asking him to bring the ransom to redeem the child. At the same time, I required him to take off all his weapons and armor, and go to the place I designated, before I would actually show up. But when he went there, I actually crawled into the inn again, and took out all the things he left behind. Fortunately, I thought I would have to repeat it several times, before I could get them." The blonde woman in a light green cloak said, squatting down and patting the rough wooden box at her feet. "It's all here, my lord." She used honorifics without realizing it. At this time, the two were in a soldier's duty room on the edge of the Red Keep. In order to meet this female bandit, Renly forged a family letter from Storm's End in advance, and handed it to Davos. Only then was the woman qualified to pass through the Red Keep gate. Then, before the soldiers went to inform the busy King Robert, Renly appeared here appropriately, and happened to intercept. Right now, the throne room was busy with political affairs, so Renly was not afraid that Robert would come running after hearing the letter. At the same time, Stannis was not in the Red Keep at the moment, so he could receive the woman in front of him with confidence. The other party had already opened the box while speaking. Renly glanced at it, and finally saw the target he wanted in the gap between a pile of leather armor belts. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not take it out immediately. Instead, he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and asked, "What's the situation with the baby now?" "I put it back." The other party said, "He is a little annoying, crying and screaming, and he peed on me." Renly understood what she said, and roughly understood what kind of character this woman has. Just like her original identity, she is a female bandit. She is very familiar with things like kidnapping and extortion. She did not show too much sadness about the death of her companions, and did not seem to care about breaking the law. She has no scruples about the means, and everything is for the purpose of achieving her goals. But she is not just a female bandit. She sounds very smart, and it is also interesting that normal bandits and robbers cannot read, but this woman can read and write. This is not an ordinary thing. You know, even if they are from aristocratic families, there are many people who cannot read. The lord class basically only needs to be able to read and write. The others have meesters, so they don't need to spend much time studying. Moreover, people in this world generally don't like to study, but are happy to wield swords and guns. "Where did you learn to read and write?" Sir Renly asked curiously. The man in front of him looked to be about 30 years old, tall and slender, squatting there with her golden hair scattered, looking a little casual, and her appearance could be described as very beautiful. "My father is a hedge knight." The other party replied, "He taught me to read and write since I was a child." Renly nodded when he heard it, and did not ask any more questions, but took off a small grey bag tied around his waist, and handed it to the other party. "If you really want to be my retainer, then naturally there will be a fixed salary to get, but before that you are not, so this is your reward." He had already spent all his gold royals, so the bag naturally wouldn't contain gold coins, but since it came from Migo's holdfast, it was worth a lot. The other party took the bag and opened it, revealing a look of joy. Renly smiled at this, and then looked at the boy who was pulling the corner of the woman's cloak hood, looking a little nervous. The boy was wearing a brown-waisted coarse cloth and tight trousers. He had a delicate appearance, and his pair of green eyes looked sparkling. He seemed to be about 7 or 8 years old, with a clean face. He didn't look dirty as he had seen before, nor was he sloppy like an ordinary civilian child. It was obvious that he had been washed before coming. But facing Renly's gaze, his clean face suddenly turned red, and his head subconsciously lowered, looking a little nervous. "Is she a girl?" Renly asked curiously. "A boy." The woman who put the purse away stood up and answered, and at the same time reached out and patted her son's brown-haired head. "Tob, call the adults quickly." "My lord." The stuttering word sounded very shy, and at first glance he was an honest child. Renly was actually very satisfied with this, because he liked honest people. So he said to the woman, "You stay in King's Landing first, and when I leave the Red Castle one day, you can bring your son to follow me. If you have any problems, go to Davos first." The Davos he was talking about was not in the room, but was chatting with the guards outside to attract attention. The woman nodded after hearing this, and then tactfully took her son to leave. She didn't know much about Renly, she only knew that Davos could contact him, and she was surprised when she was told to do this. She originally wanted to ask the boy why he wanted to find a way to get the weapons and equipment from the Northern Marshlander, but in the end she never asked. She didn't know why, but she always felt restrained in front of this child who was younger than her son, as if a commoner was facing a lord with a higher status than herself. However, she was not a commoner, but a female bandit who used to make a living by bullying and extorting those noble lords, so this was a bit abnormal. Maybe she cared too much about this opportunity? She thought secretly. After the Kingswood Brotherhood was wiped out, these bandits who were once so glorious could only live in shame. Because of their trade, they knew a lot of nobles, so they were very cautious when they walked out of the forest, for fear of being recognized and then hanged or beheaded. However, hiding in the forest to raise pigs for a living was not something these people were willing to do. This annoyance reached its peak when an old companion fell ill and had no money to treat him. So when the Golden Dragon came, they resolutely embarked on the road to King's Landing. At first, they actually planned to surrender to Stannis. After all, there was a precedent of smugglers. But when they found out the details, they gave up the idea again. After some consideration, they looked at the owner of the Golden Dragon, the young master of the Baratheon family. They wanted to make some money from this child. Although this idea was not very reliable, it was better to have an idea than not to have one. The result was very unlucky. Instead of making any money, 2 of her companions died. Wenda was actually discouraged and decided to go back to the forest to continue raising pigs for a living. As a result, the young nobleman who had never posted a note before suddenly handed her a note and offered her a generous price. Consider training her son to be a knight. For some people, knights are just a bunch of super soldiers who can be hired by spending money, but for most civilians, becoming a knight is like a step to heaven, and it is not necessarily the top status that can be achieved, even if you struggle for a lifetime. Although she is not an ordinary civilian, Wenda understands what this promise means better, so even though the other party is not sure, even though the other party is only a 5-year-old child, she still tries her best to complete this matter. The process is understated, but only she knows the hardships and dangers. Just for the child, everything is nothing. The 2 large boxes of things were carried into Renly's room in Meagher's tower by the guards. The boy claimed that these were some old toys and clothes sent to him by Storm's End, and none of the guards doubted this. After a busy period, the room became quiet, with only a black cat curiously coming over and circling around. Renly ignored it and immediately opened the box and looked at it intently. Because he had shown his curiosity about the dagger in front of the Marshlanders, he did not tell the female bandit what he really wanted for the sake of safety. Therefore, there were many items in the box. Most of them were clothes, and there were also leather armor and mail armor, but Renly only liked the wooden handled dagger hidden in the pile of clothes. He picked up the dagger without hesitation and turned it over to look at it in front of his eyes. The dagger looked very ordinary, with an anmu handle and an iron dagger body shining with a sharp luster under the sunlight from the balcony. It was obviously maintained for a long time. But unlike before, Renly sniffed it with his nose at a close distance and suddenly found that the dagger did not really lose that smell. It still existed, but it became very weak. Consumed. Or, thinking thoughtfully, he did not test whether he could enter the dungeon by holding it tightly at this time, but put it into his trash bin. Physical weakness led to mental depression. At this time, he felt that he had no strength in his body. He had not yet fully recovered his health, and he really did not want to take a risk. So although the dagger did not look normal at the moment, he did not dare to really do the experiment, otherwise it would be a bit unprepared to rush in directly. After I recover my body. This thought flashed through his mind, and Renly turned his head to look at the bowl of fragrant pea and bacon soup on the bedside table. It was the leftover food from breakfast, and Renly did not ask the servants to take it away. After all, eating more can get better faster, and he had decided to be a glutton during this period. Just as Renly was thinking about how to eat in the bedroom, to get a more balanced nutrition, a conversation closely related to it was taking place in the king's residence in Meagher's tower. He opened the backstage in a daze, and suddenly found that a big man had rewarded a leader, the first leader in his life, a bit Alexander. Thank you to Zion ILC for the leader award. Thank you to Lingayan Kiang, Reverse World, Laugh Without Crying, and BB63 for the 1000 rewards. Thank you to Uncle Joel and Use Raw Milk for the 500 rewards. Thank you to Unianaya, Suksans, 160,803,212,445,433, 201903311741251110 and 2019021717011547 for the 100 rewards, and thank you to the friends who vote for this book every day. I will update one more chapter today and update in the evening. The main reason is that I'm really clumsy and the amount of words I output every day is always not enough. I also have to rush to finish the manuscript for the explosion after the release. I hope everyone can understand me. Chapter 71, the issue of enfeoffment. Although they both belong to Meagher's holdfast, the room where the king lives is much more spacious than Renly's. The balcony has a wide view. The floor is covered with gorgeous silver meat carpets. The golden bed can sleep more than 6 adults. The wine cabinet in the corner is filled with wine shipped from all over the 7 kingdoms, and the furniture and furnishings all reveal the grandeur and expensiveness. It is very bright here, but at this time there are only 2 people sitting in the wine cabinet chairs, one old and one young, who seem to be leisurely tasting the sour red wine produced in Dawn, but in fact they are discussing the affairs of the kingdom. Just like the wine in their hands, they are talking about Dawn at the moment. The new Prime Minister Jon Arryn is going to wait for the young king's wedding before him to go to Dawn as an envoy, to try to appease the Martell family in Dawn. Robert himself does not have much hope for this, but he did not reject his adoptive father's proposal. However, the topic about Dawn did not continue. After the initial decision, the young black-haired king turned and said, "I intend to make Renly the Lord of Storm's End." This made the bald old man with a circle of light golden hair on his head look stunned, but the other party did not finish talking, but continued. "Look at his pale face. I'm really afraid that he will die of illness," Robert said, drinking the wine in his hand, and then poured himself another glass, looking very interested. Perhaps this news will help him recover faster. Upon hearing this, the old man put the silver wine glass in his hand back on the wine cabinet, and then said seriously, "I don't think it's appropriate, Your Majesty. Renly is still too young, and he is weak and sickly, and he has not made any contributions." Contributions? Robert was a little unhappy when he heard this. "If we talk about this, do I have to give our family castle and territory to others? What I mean is, Your Majesty, you can keep the Stormlands. You are the head of the Baratheon family and have the right to keep your own property." Old Jon explained, "Wait until your son is born and then divide it out. This is the right choice. I haven't gotten married yet, and you are thinking about my son." Robert laughed. "Besides, it's hard to say whether it's the child of the Lion family or the Deer family." This made the other party's face stagnate, and then he stared at the young king in front of him with wide eyes, as if he couldn't believe that he could say such a thing. Robert laughed at this. Look how scared you are, Jon. Are you so old that you can't even hear a joke? As he said this, the smile on his face slowly faded. But if Cersei really dares to mess around with me after marriage, I will kill her, no matter whether it's the Westerlands or not. And don't talk to me about the overall situation of the Seven Kingdoms then. If there really comes such a day, we should consider how to completely eradicate the Lannisters. The old man said without hesitation, and then looked helpless. But how many times do I have to say it? Robert, it's just a rumor. Think about the incompetent King Aegon. I'm really afraid that you will be misled by his words like he was, and do something foolish. His words were full of undisguised worries, which made Robert silent for a moment, and then he said with emotion, "You are a good adoptive father, Jon. Sometimes I feel like I'm really a bastard." The old man was comforted when he heard this, but then he heard the other party say, "But let's not talk about the issue of my brother's fiefdom. Only I can decide on this matter. The Seven Kingdoms are all mine, but my brother is not even a lord. How do you want me to face my parents after I die? The Clinton family has been deprived of all their territories and wealth by the Mad King. Your Majesty can consider granting Griffin's Roost to Renly." The old man suggested, "It doesn't have to be Storm's End. It would be fine if it was just Storm's End. It's just a castle." But Storm's End represents the Baratheon family of Stormland, and the Baratheon family of Stormland is the feudal lord of most of the lords and nobles in Stormland. The title of lord is very important to the noble class. It is equivalent to half of the master. The other half is the king. Robert's intention is obviously to make his younger brother Renly the Duke of Stormland, or to inherit the family business of the Baratheon family of Stormland, which is equivalent to directly making a 5-year-old child a lord. Griffin's Roost is indeed a large territory, but you know I have already promised the Clinton family land. Robert denied it and said, "I'm going to return even that broken castle to Ronald Clinton. He fought for me, so I have to give him something sweet." What about the Long Table? The Merryweather family was also deprived of their territory by the Mad King, and now we have that place, gods be above. Jon, don't tell me you don't know that is the Castle of the Reach. It can also be the Stormlands. Yes, but we have already granted a piece of land in the Long Table to the Dondarrion family. Do we have to give that castle away as well? Robert shook his head. The Reach is quite honest now, and I don't want to provoke them anymore. Old Jon was speechless. He was beaten to a pulp by the Reach army, and even gave the Tyrell Lord a good beating when he met him after the war. But now he seems to have forgotten how much he gnashed his teeth when he mentioned that defeat. There was no other reason for such a change. Lord Mace Tyrell had come to flatter Robert a lot in order to send his sister off. As a result, he didn't know what he said was right and made Robert happy. He was not really a fool. He took action when it was necessary to punish the defeated and cut off a large piece of meat from the River Reach. But at the moment, he could not be said to have much hostility towards the River Reach. However, this was not a bad thing for a king. After all, he would have to look at the whole country sooner or later. Although the war changed dynasties, the overall situation of the Seven Kingdoms did not change much. There was not much cake to begin with. Except for the Targaryen crown, the other two hostile camps, the River Reach and Dorne, were too far away to reach, and the other remained strong. They could not bite too much. Storm's End was Storm's End. With Robert here, the lords of the Stormlands would not cause any trouble. The old man thought to himself, and suddenly thought of another problem. "Your Majesty, do you want to confer Stannis to Dragonstone? He is my heir." Robert said as a matter of course. Of course the king's heir should be conferred on Dragonstone. Dragonstone is located in the ocean east of King's Landing, separated from the port of King's Landing by a bay called Blackwater Bay. It is not a large place, but it has a special status. Since its establishment, the Targaryen dynasty has always conferred the heir to the Iron Throne as the Prince of Dragonstone. This has continued for nearly 300 years. It has become a custom and tradition tacitly accepted by all lords. It can even be said that, as long as he is conferred on Dragonstone, it is equivalent to announcing the heir. However, at this moment, it is difficult for Lord Jon to treat his adopted son's second brother with a normal attitude. Because when he mentions him, it is difficult for the old man not to think of some things that were found out by the rumor a while ago. Although everyone has determined that the incident was caused by Lord Tyrell of the Riverlands, is it really the case? What if it was not actually done by Tyrell, or he was also used by someone? If the rumor was spread by the king's second brother Stannis who had ordered his knights? If that was the case, what was his purpose? Lord Jon could not help but think of the time when the dragons of the Targaryen dynasty had not yet become extinct, when a younger brother of the king once coveted the position of the Prince of Dragonstone, a dissolute prince full of ambition and unruliness. This thought made the new prime minister alert, so he said to the young king in front of him, "Stannis is your heir now, but that doesn't mean he will always be in the future." His words made Robert's face startled. "You can't never have your own son as an heir." Seeing this, the old man said again, "So I think your majesty should keep Dragonstone, and wait for the day when the heir is born before distributing it. This is not in line with tradition." Robert answered smoothly, "Tradition is that the king's heir is the Prince of Dragonstone." The old man said slowly, "But Stannis is destined not to be your heir, unless you can't give birth to a son." This made Robert think for a moment, and then nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense, but then, according to the order of succession and military merit, Stannis should be sealed in Storm's End. The old man couldn't help but frown at the king's words, but before he could say anything, the other party suddenly cursed. "Damn it, why should we abide by the traditions of the Targaryen family? Those are the rules set by a group of silver-haired bastards. Why should I listen to them? Your Majesty, you inherited the Iron Throne in the name of Princess Laelly Targaryen's bloodline, so you naturally need to abide by the past traditions. That was before I was crowned." Robert said, "Now I'm the king. Who can oppose me because of such a small matter?" The old man's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and he had a bad premonition. "What do you mean, Your Majesty? Of course we should overthrow it." Robert answered as a matter of course. "Thank you for the 100 rewards from Xyanatang 246 and Leona Yesuo. Another thing to mention is that Robert sent Stannis to Dragonstone because he was his original heir, not because he considered the position important, or because he hated to exclude his brother. This is what Mr. Martin said, not what I made up. Another thing worth mentioning is that the original English book does not have the rank order of Duke, Uncle, Viscount, and Baron. Everyone is a lord, but there is a distinction between big lords and small lords, and between feudal lords and vassals. In order to make the book look less messy, the translator of the Chinese version used this rank order. This book is based on this setting. I hope that book friends who have read the English version will not be too serious. Finally, there is another chapter in the evening. The time is uncertain, but it will definitely not be later than today. Chapter 72 Welcome Party. Renly had no idea that his illness had prompted Robert to crown him in advance, and he had no idea that some of his actions would inadvertently lead to some wonderful changes in the future. Resting in the Red Keep, he ate and drank a lot every day, and when he felt like going out for a walk, he would practice various musical instruments. At this time, his physique was much stronger than before. His lung capacity had increased, his skin was more flexible, and things that he could not practice for a long time before basically had no obstacles now. Living leisurely and comfortably in this royal castle all day, eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well. Although Renly still looked thin, he was not actually like that, and his thinness was also getting better day by day. There were no twists and turns or new accidents, and no one would pay much attention to this little kid, and his life was peaceful. But when he attended a dinner at the Red Keep, an unexpected person came to him. During the banquet, the harp and flute played, and some elegantly dressed nobles and men were dancing to the music in the center of the hall. A tall young man with soft brown curly hair came to Renly while he was hiding in the corner and stuffing strawberry cake into his mouth. "Hello, kid," he greeted with a smile, holding a silver wine glass inlaid with rubies in his hand, and a slight aroma of wine emanated from it. Looking up at the big man, who took the initiative to come up to talk to him, Renly swallowed the food in his mouth, slowly took out a white handkerchief from his lining, and wiped his hands in the corners of his mouth, then stood up and responded politely. "Good evening, Lord Tyrell." The boy behaved politely, but the other party pulled out a chair under the long table and sat opposite Renly, then asked with concern, "Gods have mercy on me, child. How are you?" "Much better, thank you for your concern," Renly replied with a faint smile, and his eyes seemed to bend a little. The other party was stunned, and then couldn't help but sighed. "You have such beautiful eyes, child. It makes people envious." I also envy your height, sir. The boy said sincerely. I hope I can be as tall as you when I grow up. He couldn't think of any other flattering words for a while, so he had to bring this up, but the other party didn't have the ability to read minds, and laughed after hearing what he said. Your father is very tall, and your brother is not shorter than me either. I don't think you will be short when you grow up. Then I hope everything you said will come true. The boy answered seriously, making the other party laugh again. A middle-aged servant following behind him couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. You must visit Highgarden if you have a chance, Renly. After restraining his smile, Lord Tyrell said intentionally or unintentionally, I have 3 sons and a daughter, as well as a group of nephews and nieces. You will not lack playmates when you get there. It depends on what my eldest brother says. The boy replied, but I look forward to your invitation, sir. I heard that the apples in Highgarden are very sweet. It's not just the apples that are sweet, the Duke said with a smile. After chatting for a few more words, Renly lied that he was going to the bathroom, and then got rid of the Duke of the Riverland, who seemed a little stupid to him. The other party had the opposite impression. He looked at the boys receding back with admiration. The smile on his face gradually faded after a long time. Then the Duke said to the butler who followed him, look, what an interesting little guy. I intend to take him as my servant. The butler was a middle-aged man in his 40s from a knight family. He frowned when he heard this. Excuse me, my lord, but I don't think King Robert will agree to your proposal. He will think we are asking for hostages. What right do losers have to ask for hostages? The Duke sneered at the words. I just want to get closer to you. Although we came to King's Landing to kneel down and submit, we can't just run back in disgrace, right? His Majesty Robert won't think so. I don't think your Majesty will be suspicious. The Duke said. Renly is just his 3rd brother, not his son. Even if he is worth being a hostage, he is not worth much. I think your Majesty should understand this. He looks down on my little sister, but he can at least look up to Highgarden's training of children. Old Town is my jurisdiction. Who in the 7 kingdoms can compare to Tyrell in this regard? After several contacts, he became more familiar with Robert, and his conversation also seemed familiar and a little bit of imperceptible resentment. But the butler was not as optimistic as this one. That child is not that important, sir, but he can't just be sent to serve as a squire to a former enemy. Former enemy? This kind of talk made Lord Tyrell unhappy, but he didn't say anything in rebuttal. After thinking for a while, he said, if His Majesty Robert really doesn't allow it, then I will send a son to Renly as a playmate in the future. Let me think about it. Although Loras has only been born for less than 2 years, he is quite suitable in terms of age. It's just that we have to wait a few more years until Renly leaves the Red Castle, which is not a problem. You trust Baratheon so much, why don't you mention sending your son to serve King Robert? The butler secretly complained about this, but on the surface he replied, the premise is that Renly will be made a lord in the future. Of course he will be made a lord. The Duke said as a matter of course. His Majesty Robert is famous for his generosity. As he said that, he looked at his butler and asked with interest, where do you think he will be sent to the Stormlands in the future? Is it likely to be sent to the Stormlands? Not much hope, sir. The steward answered rationally, I think it is quite possible that Stannis will be sent to the Stormlands. Stannis? The name made the Duke feel uncomfortable. He had besieged Storm's End for a year. Although it did not cause any casualties, it almost forced the enemy to eat human corpses. Moreover, Stannis was mean and stubborn. Such people are the most vengeful. That's fine. Stannis' fiancée is from the Florent family, and the Florent family is an old noble family in the River Bay. They have never obeyed the Tyrell's dispatch. They always claim that their bloodline is closer to the ancient River Bay royal family destroyed by dragon flames than other families in the River Bay, and it is more orthodox than the Tyrell family, where the steward came from. The Stormlands are adjacent to the Reach. If Stannis is really granted a fief in the Stormlands, I think he will be granted a fief in Dragonstone. Lord Tyrell unconsciously sipped the red wine in the silver cup in his hand, and then said, according to the order of succession, he is the heir of His Majesty Robert, and should be granted a fief in Dragonstone. But he will not always be His Majesty's heir. The steward did not notice that his Lord Duke was feeling strange. After hearing this, he analyzed thoughtfully. His Majesty Robert has an illegitimate daughter in the Vale, which is enough to prove that he can give birth to an heir. And Stannis defended Storm's End, which is a great achievement for His Majesty. If you don't consider the succession to the throne, Dragonstone alone is too shabby. We are the ones who are giving away great achievements. The Duke looked at the person in front of him with some displeasure when he heard this. Do you really want Stannis to be granted a fief in the Stormlands? He secretly considered whether he should change a steward. He really doesn't know how to talk. The conversation was not very pleasant, while Renly pretended to walk around and then returned to the banquet hall. He looked around and finally saw a short man hiding in the corner of the banquet, tearing greasy chicken legs. He was facing Renly sideways, so he could see his prominent forehead and golden hair that reached his ears. He was wearing a crimson velvet tights and loose trousers. His legs were short and thick, and he could only dangle in the air when sitting on the chair, just like a child. But he was indeed a child. Renly felt that he should be only a few years older than himself. After thinking about it, he stepped forward. The man in front of him was called Tyrion Lannister. The reason for holding this dinner was to welcome the future queen of the Lannister family to arrive in King's Landing tonight. Renly had seen the light of the West before, and he had to say that she was indeed very beautiful. However, apart from things related to the future, he was actually more curious about the existence of the man in front of him nicknamed the Little Devil. The other party came with his sister and was preparing to attend the wedding in the near future. It's just that he may be a little sensitive to the surrounding environment. Before Renly approached, the child in the corner turned his head to look at him, revealing an ugly and childish face. "Are you here to laugh at me too?" he questioned, his eyes, one black and one green, showing disgust. "Thank you to the book friend Sankian Mengi for the 10,000 reward. Thank you to the book friend Mealy Kyang Woody for the 5,000 reward. Thank you to the book friend Zinlin 95 and the book friend Anduin Ryan for the 1,000 reward. Thank you to the book friend Feng Shizizan. The book friend King Sinti Wuking for the 500 reward. Thank you to the book friend Xianatang 246 for the 200 reward. Thank you to the book friend Peeling Ziao and the book friend in Antarctica for the 100 reward. In addition, I didn't change the update time. The normal update time is still 1 at noon, and 1 in the afternoon, roughly before noon, and before 7 PM. Chapter 73 A Sudden Oath. Are you here to laugh at me, too? Renly was startled by the word coming from the front, and then he pulled out a chair opposite him and sat on it, saying, I don't have the habit of laughing at others. I don't have the habit of talking to strangers either. The child sitting on the chair looked at Renly coldly with his two-color eyes, and his face, which seemed to be tangled together, looked very hideous and ugly in the dim light. Very lonely, Renly thought to himself, but didn't care. He sat there calmly. When he stretched his arm forward, his sleeve shook, and a silver dagger suddenly slipped out, and was held in his hand. Then he raised his upper body slightly, and under the other party's stunned gaze, he deftly used the dagger to cut a piece of chicken wing from the plate of roasted chicken in front of him. Under the light of the nearby brazier, the piece of chicken wing that looked fresh and greasy was stabbed away from Tyrion's eyes by the dagger, and at the same time he heard a sentence. I think your chicken is delicious, so I came to ask you for a portion. The black-haired boy opposite said, tearing off a piece of the chicken wing he had inserted back with his mouth, and the sound of chewing was vague. But you don't seem to be willing, so I can only use force. This sounded like bullying, but after scratching his forehead, the other party pushed the plate of roasted chicken in front of him to Renly. Give it to you, but I don't think this chicken is that delicious. His voice was a little hoarse, and it was also full of the unique immaturity of boys. Renly estimated that this person was only 8 or 9 years old now. Really? He asked while cutting off another piece of chicken leg meat and putting it in his mouth to chew. Then why do you eat so deliciously? I'm hungry. The other party replied. It seemed to be the case, but Renly felt that the tone of this person was reluctant, and at the same time, when he spoke, his eyes unconsciously glanced at a group of children of the same age not far away, who were now playing with each other. Thinking of what he said at the beginning, Renly easily guessed what happened before, but he did not think of asking about it, but changed the subject. Your name is Tyrion? My name is Renly. I know your name is Renly. Perhaps the action just now made him feel relieved, and this future protagonist was no longer as vigilant as before when he spoke, but he did not seem very enthusiastic. The steward told me in Casterly Rock. My sister also brought you a gift. These words made Renly turn his head and look. Through the endless stream of people, he could see that his cheap elder brother Robert was dancing with an elegant girl with golden hair and a gorgeous skirt. Because the distance was too far and there were too many people, he could not see her face clearly, but Renly had seen her before, and even if he hadn't seen her before, he could recognize who she was. Cersei Lannister, a well-known existence in King's Landing, was also the person who Renly threw a lot of dirty water. She looked very different from the one in his memory, except that he was not sure if she liked fake smiles. Thinking of this, Renly retracted his gaze and looked at the little dwarf in front of him who was about the same height as him. I'm looking forward to your sister's gift, he said, but if it's a toy, forget it. I have 2 big boxes. The other party shook his head, indicating that he didn't know and obviously had no interest in it. Renly changed the subject when he saw this. I heard that Casterly Rock was built on a big rock. A big rock bigger than a mountain. The little dwarf nodded and answered politely, it's very close to the sea, a bit like here, but much higher than here. Can you hear the sound of the waves? Of course, it's like thunder when the tide is high. Why is it like thunder? It feels like thunder when I run underground. Jaime and I always go to the Hall of Heroes to play, so we can always hear it. Hall of Heroes? That's ours. This person talked about Casterly Rock and had more topics to talk about, but his words were not very humorous. They were very formal and full of the educational atmosphere of a noble family, which was completely different from Renly's impression. However, the man in front of him was still too young, and it was normal that his personality had not yet formed. Renly did not pay much attention to it, but kept providing topics vaguely, letting the other party continue to talk. Until finally, he felt that it was almost time, and then he spoke, I want to invite you to playing King's Landing, Tyrion. There is nothing interesting in the Red Keep. It is far worse than your home. I heard that there are dragons in the Red Keep. The other party asked hurriedly, and there was a look of expectation on his ugly face. It's a pile of dragon bones, which have been put away. It's not interesting. Renly answered, and seeing the disappointment on the other party's face, he added, but there is an abandoned dragon cave on the Rhaenys Hill, where the Targaryens used to raise dragons. I have always wanted to see it. How about it? Do you want to go with me? The other party was a little moved by what he heard, but hesitant. I have to ask my father if he agrees. He doesn't want me to run around. Then I'll ask my eldest brother. He is the king. If he agrees, even if your father doesn't want you to run around, you have to let him. Renly said, seeing that the other party did not object, he slid down the chair and walked towards the center of the hall. In his memory, the little devil who had interested him was still just a lonely and excluded dwarf. There was actually nothing to talk about, but since this matter involved the issue of leaving the Red Castle, he certainly had to pay attention. As a 5-year-old child, even with the protection of guards, it would be difficult for him to leave the Red Castle, but if he had a playmate from afar, to do something to enhance the relationship between the two families, this possibility would almost exist. The twins from the Redwine family, who came over a while ago, could actually be used as playmates, but Renly heard that they were sent as hostages and could not walk around casually, so he had to give up. He had to seize the opportunity now. Renly was well aware. He ran to the young king who had just finished dancing and was sitting in a chair drinking in the center of the hall, and told him about this matter. He did not receive any objection, but the king laughed loudly. The golden-haired girl beside him also smiled at him with a gentle and virtuous face. But just as Renly asked for consent and was about to turn around and leave, what happened next was really beyond his expectations. After drinking the crimson wine in the silver goblet, the young king with a golden crown and short charcoal black hair suddenly stood up and clapped his hands. The men and women who seemed to be busy with their own things, but were actually paying close attention to this place, stopped their actions and slowly gathered around. The singers' performances and the acrobats' performances also stopped, and the wide banquet hall soon became silent. The young king then walked in front of Renly, with a serious face, looking down at the boy, and giving an order. Kneel down. Renly was stunned when he heard the words, feeling a little puzzled, but he still knelt on one knee honestly, and the other raised his hand and placed it on his head. Renly of the Baratheon family, are you willing to serve the kingdom loyally and swear never to betray? The solemn voice came from above, making Renly, who was bowing his head, understand instantly, and then his thoughts were confused. However, his inner emotions did not make him hesitate to react. I swear. The boy's clear words echoed throughout the banquet hall, and the faces of the noblemen and women gathered around him became formal. Are you willing to defend the kingdom's territory, protect the royal family, and swear to resist all invading enemies? I swear. Are you willing to uphold the laws of the land, protect the people of the territory, and swear to use swords and scales to administer justice? I swear. King Robert nodded, and then announced loudly. Then, in the name of Robert I of House Baratheon, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, I hereby appoint Renly of House Baratheon, my youngest brother, as the Lord of Dragonstone. After the words fell, Renly was stunned, and the quiet banquet hall was instantly in an uproar. Thank you to book friend Xianatang 246, book friend Shen's Tofu, book friend Arcane Above, book friend 2017020912323837 and book friend 20181231231231722781 for the 100 reward. Chapter 74 Wedding News and Wildfire. Obviously, Robert was not acting on a whim. After a brief oath, he even ordered his servants to bring the long-prepared parchment document and stamp it on the spot, so Renly's appointment took effect. The nobles at the banquet witnessed all this and were initially quite surprised because Dragonstone has always been the fief of the crown prince. However, they quickly thought of the title bestowed by the king and then realized his real purpose: to appoint the third brother as a Duke of Dragonstone in front of all the nobles and skip the current heir Stannis. The purpose was naturally not to appoint an heir beyond the inheritance rules that had been passed down for thousands of years, but to express the king's attitude of breaking the old tradition. Although this thought was quite surprising, it was much easier to accept than the king appointing his younger brother as the heir. So applause and congratulations quickly filled the banquet hall. No matter what they thought in their hearts, the nobles looked sincere and blessed. This obviously disrupted Renly's original purpose. He ran forward with full of careful thoughts and pretended to be bland, but he was confused and took back the Lord's appointment document. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out why he was appointed to Dragonstone. Shouldn't it be the Stormlands? The plot in memory seemed to have completely changed. Then, King Robert appointed Stannis Baratheon as the Duke of Stormlands and the Minister of the Sea, so there was another round of chaos. During the ceremony, Renly found that the Duke Tyrell, who had been talking to him with a smile before, turned away with a gloomy face. He thought of something, but felt that it had nothing to do with him, so he didn't care much. Then King Robert announced that he and Cersei of the Lannister family would hold a wedding in 6 days, and formally invited everyone present to attend. So in the midst of cheers, this turbulent banquet came to an end. The black-haired boy returned to the bedroom of Meagher's tower with a confused mind, and soon fell asleep. What changes have occurred after becoming a duke? After the dinner, Renly thought about this question carefully. He has his own territory, an island at the end of Blackwater Bay in the east of King's Landing. He has never seen it, but he heard that it is not very big, and there is a volcano on it. It is said that steam is still spewing out from time to time, and it may suddenly erupt and engulf the island one day. He has his own castle, a strange castle, that is said to be built by the dragon kings of the ancient Valyrian free fortress with magic and dragon fire. It is said that the appearance is very unique and completely different from other castles in Westeros. He also has several vassals. They had been loyal to the Targaryen family before, but the surviving Targaryens on Dragonstone fled after their fleet was destroyed by the storm, so they surrendered to Baratheon. At present, the few vassals are also in King's Landing. Early in the morning of the second day after the enthronement, they ran to Renly to pay a visit and kneel down to swear allegiance. It seems that there is nothing rebellious. In addition, he also has the right to design his own coat of arms, because after the canonization, he is equivalent to leaving the Baratheon family of Storm's End and semi-independent. Renly has no idea about the coat of arms, so he decided to temporarily use the current crown stag without making any changes. Originally, he thought that, since he was canonized, he might go to Dragonstone, a narrow but mysterious place, to guard after the wedding. He was also a little worried about whether the curse he carried would take effect, although the instructions showed that the so-called curse had been swallowed by the bloodline and only the remnants were left. It was still clearly written that there was a small chance of attracting a storm. But then he was notified that he would continue to stay in the Red Castle, and everything on Dragonstone would be managed by the royal family. He would take office in 2 years, when he was a little older. In other words, the canonization was just a name for him. This may be to take care of his weak and sickly body, or there may be other reasons. In short, when all the storms calmed down, Renly found that his life actually didn't change much, except that people started calling him Sir. Make way for Lord Renly. The guards on horseback kept shouting, the footsteps of the tall horses clattered on the narrow road, and a group of plainly dressed civilian women hurriedly moved their positions with the clothes hanging in front of their doors, and responded to the sudden noble team with annoyed eyes. There were 3-story earthen brick buildings on both sides of the road, and the ground underfoot was uneven after the mud dried. A little further ahead was a narrow path leading to a deserted hill. 4 guards followed the carriage in front and behind, staring at the surroundings vigilantly. Renly in the carriage did not pay attention to the commotion outside, and now he was sitting there peeling apples with some boredom. The dagger in his hand was sharp and dexterous, and he saw strips of apple peel being peeled off in rotation, and finally stretched to more than half a meter long. It was the 3rd day since Renly was canonized. He successfully left the gate of the Red Castle and was heading towards the target location. However, he was the only boy in the carriage. Renly originally intended to take the Lannister devil with him, but he didn't know what had stimulated him. He had already agreed to something during the banquet, but he suddenly regretted it. Now he is hiding in the Red Castle, reading a book, and not going out. This doesn't affect anything, because after becoming a duke, Renly has a certain degree of freedom, and being able to leave the castle at this time is proof of that. As they kept moving forward, the body of the car around them swayed along the uneven road, and the creaking sound of the wheels rolling continued. The stench that could be smelled in the nose was gradually replaced by a special smell. Finally, when the carriage stopped at the end of the narrow road, the smell was very obvious. Further ahead was a staircase road that continued to spread to the top of the hill. After eating the apple, he threw away the core. Under the protection of the guards in front and behind, the black-haired boy stepped towards the top of the hill called Renly. This trip was to collect the copy medium that he found when he first entered the city, and the medium was on this hill. As they kept moving forward, the slanting upward stairs were left behind, and the group finally stepped onto a flat and deserted square. At the end of the square was a towering ruined dome building. Looking back, you can see densely packed khaki buildings gathered under the hills, like a bunch of bulging hills. In the distance, you can see 2 other hills towering, one of which is built on the Cathedral of St. Bela of King's Landing, and the other is the location of the Red Castle. Egan's High Hill, Visenya Hill, and Renly's Hill. They are the landmarks of King's Landing. Egan the Conqueror once officially landed on the continent of Westeros on this coast where King's Landing is located, and these 3 natural hills on the edge of the coast were named after him and his sisters. Now, the hills still exist, but things have changed. This place is actually not very suitable for building a garden. After glancing at the top of the empty hill, Renly muttered, and then followed the smell, and walked towards the ruins of the Dragon Cave in front. The dome building called the Dragon Cave was huge, but it had been abandoned for a long time. The exterior was charred, covered with cobwebs and dust. There was a bronze door that was closed, but there was a broken hole not far from the door that allowed people to enter the building without any obstacles. After stepping in and wandering around in the ruins, Renly confirmed that the smell was not coming from the surface of the Dragon Cave, but from below. So he kept searching with his nose twitching, and finally walked to the abandoned wall of the Dragon Cave, looking at the dusty wooden floor under his feet. "What are you looking for, sir?" Seeing him stop, one of the guards who had been following him couldn't help but ask. They had been observing the boy duke for a long time, and found that he didn't seem to be here to hang out. "There's something hidden under here," Renly replied, and then called him forward. The wooden board was finally forcibly opened by the guard's long sword, and a dark underground passage came into view. Except for Renly, everyone else was very surprised, but seeing Renly walk in first, they followed him in without hesitation. After entering the passage, the smell became stronger in Renly's nose. The people behind him stared at the surroundings vigilantly, ready to prevent any accidents. However, no accidents happened. When they walked through the passage and came to a dark and gloomy cellar, they saw rows of wooden shelves with great jars. Renly looked at the wooden shelves in surprise, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he followed the smell to the depths of the cellar. 2 guards followed him, and the others looked at this hidden place curiously, wondering if it might be a treasure. "What is this?" A guard held a torch and looked closely at the jars on the shelves. After looking for a long time, he couldn't see any obvious signs on these sealed jars. So he picked up one of the jars and tried to knock it open. As soon as he made a move, another local guard who ran in behind him spoke hesitantly. These seemed to be wildfires. As soon as the voice fell, the guard who picked up the jar paused. The black-haired boy who had just picked up something not far away could not help but look back at the wooden shelves that he had originally regarded as waste. After glancing at the rows of jars and the guard on the shelves, cold sweat broke out. Thank you to book friend R60,908,100,212 for the 2000 reward. Thank you to book friend breathing free. Forget dust tracing. Zuanhu 258. Hill 2 Anziozang. Obediently drinking milk study for the 100. Reward. Chapter 75 Unexpected news. Wildfire is a special flame made by alchemists. It is a flame that is difficult to extinguish once it is ignited. It can penetrate into clothes, wood, leather, steel, and even burn on water. In the modern history of Westeros, wildfire occupies a lot of status. The former Mad King Aerys was obsessed with wildfire and loved to burn people with wildfire. The mediocre King Egon, who Renly used not long ago, also dreamed of creating a war machine that spewed wildfire to attack Dawn. As a result, it exploded as soon as it was transported to the royal forest, burning a large area of the forest. More than 50 years ago, a Targaryen heir to the throne drank a can of wildfire crazily, thinking that he could turn into a dragon. The result is self-evident. It can be said that the existence of this flame has always affected the Targaryen family and even changed their destiny. In addition, Renly still remembers that the future Queen Cersei in the play used wildfire to blow up the Cathedral of St. Bela in King's Landing, which was extremely powerful. Of course, this is a nonsense. After reading the true history of Westeros and understanding the situation in various parts of the Seven Kingdoms, Renly felt that such a thing would never happen, or even if it happened, it would inevitably affect the situation of the entire continent, rather than just blowing it up and pretending it was nothing. In short, he knew a lot about wildfires. This kind of flame is very deadly. A little spark or even a slightly higher temperature can make them ignite and explode. However, the guard's torch just now was even attached to the surface of the jar containing wildfire. The closest crisis to real death happened quietly, leaving Renly with lingering fears. Although he had died several times, he had not lived enough. He felt that, if his current body died, he might really die. He hurriedly led the guards out of the cellar passage, and then hurriedly went down the hill, and got back to the carriage. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the carriage was far away from the range of Rhaenyra's Hill and drove into a wider road, and then he made a decision. The wildfire must be reported, otherwise it might explode and set the entire King's Landing on fire. We must not be careless. And then, touching something in his arms, Renly secretly wondered whether he should use it tonight. No one can guarantee whether this is right or not, Your Majesty, but I think you'd better consider it carefully. I've thought about it, Jon. Lord Mace was very nervous about appointing Stannis as the Warden of the Stormlands. He hopes that I can trust him, and I also hope that he can be worthy of my trust, so I agreed to this matter. If he wants you to trust him, then why doesn't he send his son to be your squire? Even if he can't bear to give up his heir, he still has a second son or even a youngest son. Hasn't this issue been discussed before? Jon, I insisted on taking hostages at the beginning, but you insisted that it shouldn't be too much. In the end, we only took those two idiots from the red wine family. Why do we have to send him hostages now? Hostages? Don't say that. Renly is just a bridge to ease relations. I don't want to send him as a hostage. 7 levels of hell. John, do you think that the people in the river bay can still rebel now? If those people still have such thoughts, wouldn't it be impossible for me to marry Cersei? The conversation in the room was interrupted by a hasty knock on the door. Then, a young servant pushed the door open with King Robert's consent and hurriedly reported, "Your Majesty, Prime Minister, Lord Renly found a pile of wildfire in the dragon's lair." The word wildfire made the two of them stunned. After looking at each other, the Prime Minister Jon Arryn immediately asked, "How many?" "About 300 cans." The servant replied. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister said to Robert, "Your Majesty, we should immediately send people to see Lothringen is ill, and then ask those pyromancers for help to clean up those things." King Robert nodded with a serious face, so the newly appointed Prime Minister hurriedly left the room and went out to give orders. This matter could be big or small. In normal times, if a pile of wildfire was found, some people would be sent to deal with it, but at this moment, King's Landing was full of nobles from all over the 7 kingdoms. If something unexpected happened, it would be a big deal, and the two could not ignore it. That day, Rhaenyra's Hill was sealed off for a whole morning, and the things inside were basically cleared up. However, the discussion about this matter did not stop because of this, and even continued to deepen. Why was there wildfire hidden in the long-abandoned dragon cave? This question was put on the king's royal meeting. Wildfire alone is actually nothing, but the problem is that some soldiers reported that from the traces of the cellar where the wildfire was hidden, those things were not hidden by a king in history, but were transported in not long ago. This discovery immediately attracted the attention of the important ministers in front of the king. What happened not long ago? Anyone in King's Landing can answer this question. Naturally, it was the war between Targaryen and Baratheon. During the war, a large amount of wildfire was buried deep in the dragon cave. What was the purpose? Who buried these things? The truth was easily guessed. It is well known that the Mad King Aerys trusts those sneaky pyromancers very much, and only they can create wildfire. At the royal conference table, Grand Maester Pycelle raised his hand to wipe the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead, and said to King Robert tremblingly, "Your Majesty, I think there is more than one wildfire in the city. I mean, if the Mad King wanted to use wildfire to deal with you, then these things should not be just in the dragon's lair, they may be all over the city." God bless, what a crazy idea. His words were equivalent to nonsense. Everyone present thought of this problem, and felt that this possibility was not small. After all, since the order to bury the wildfire had been issued, it couldn't be that only one place was buried, right? What about the others? Why didn't it erupt? Was it too late at the beginning? Or is there still someone lurking in the dark, ready to ignite that pile of horrible things at any time? All these thoughts made King Robert and Prime Minister Jon Arryn look gloomy. Captain Barristan of the King's Guard gritted his teeth and clenched the hilt of the long sword hanging from his waist. It was unknown what he was thinking. The Minister of the Navy Stannis looked at Varys, the intelligence chief who was wearing a pink robe across the table, with a suspicious look, which made the other party secretly complain. However, no matter what they thought, the proposal to thoroughly search the entire King's Landing was quickly implemented, and then one after another, there were places where wildfires were hidden. Flea Bottom, Flower Street, Shoemaker Square, and even under the Cathedral of St. Bela. The various discoverers made the nobles in the city who received the news sweat coldly, feeling that they were completely on a volcano that could erupt at any time, and they didn't know it before. So the madness of King Aerys of the previous dynasty once again became a topic of discussion among the people of King's Landing, and everyone was grateful for it. Then, someone found a special sign. Am I right? The secret passage in the Red Castle was discovered by that child at first. During the Lannister family meeting, Duke Tywin's second brother, Kevin Lannister, said thoughtfully, "Why did he go to the dragon's lair for no reason?" This question is equivalent to asking the children what they are thinking about all day long. The Duke's other brother, Gillian Lannister, chuckled when he heard this. Besides, the secret passage was discovered by the two children of the Red Wine family. We have discussed this matter before. Second brother, have you forgotten? You forgot. Kevin glanced at his younger brother. It was the child who fell into the secret passage first. Don't ignore this. So what? What does this prove? A special boy who is good at discovering secrets? Or is he an unlucky boy who always encounters bad things? Gillian, with his bright blonde hair, sneered, aren't you too sensitive, Kevin? Tyrion told me that the boy had invited him to the dragon pit. Seeing that the second brother wanted to say something, the First Lord Tywin said, so there is nothing to discuss about this matter. We should use this time to consider the issue of Tyrell. When he said this, his face was quite gloomy. In fact, since the day of the king's coronation, the Duke of the Lannister family has been in a bad mood. Tyrell, the Duke's two younger brothers looked at each other. We can't do anything to him now, brother. The last brother Tygert, who was quite silent, spoke up, with an equally bad face. It was him who was splashed with fesses in the face at the beginning. Although he searched for him, and killed several people afterwards, he still didn't get rid of his hatred. To be precise, I don't have a clue now. Lord Tywin said, but Lannister must pay his debts. Renly didn't know what kind of results his trip to the dragon pit had caused, and how many things would change in the future because of it. He didn't know that something he had done before was still not completely concluded at this time, and there was even an undercurrent. He didn't have the heart to think about these things. At this moment, Renly was thinking about himself, because the next morning, after returning from the dragon pit, he learned one thing. After the king's wedding, he would go to the Riverland with that Duke Tyrell. Highgarden is the most beautiful castle in the Seven Kingdoms. Renly, you will definitely like it there, and the climate in the Riverland is good, which is also good for your health. As he spoke, Robert squatted in front of the boy and patted his arm, saying seriously, after you get there, you should eat more and be strong. You are so thin. What will you do when you get married in the future? Renly was a little surprised by this news. Although he knew that it was popular among the noble class in Westeros to send their children to other families as squires, and although someone had invited him 2 days ago, he was still caught off guard and didn't understand why for a while. Am I going to be a wine waiter for that Duke of Mace? He asked hesitantly. A squire can only be a squire after a certain age, because the squire's career needs to be mixed with some night training, which is not possible at his current age. Wine steward? Robert laughed out loud when he heard this. You are a lord now, how can you still be a wine steward? Then what should I be? Just a simple guest? You go to be an adopted son. King Robert replied, adopted son of Lady Olenna Tyrell. Renly was stunned again when he heard this. Olenna Tyrell, also known as Olenna Adwine, is the widow of the late old Duke of the Riverage, the mother of the current Duke Tyrell, the grandmother of some major characters in the Tyrell family in memory, and is nicknamed the Queen of Thorns. Thank you to the book friend Beoling ZHIU for the 10,000 rewards. Thank you to the book friends Beomio Zan Weng and Moribon for the 500 rewards. Thank you to the book friends Zianatang 246, the book friends 99 bottles of orange soda, and the book friend 2017092715161425 for the 100 rewards. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.